Hello everyone, hope you are fine, and this is Arfan and welcome to today's video. So today we are going to create a complete Mern stack project, and this will be a simple project for beginners. So for the simplicity, in this project we will work with only two tables in our database, and they are user table and our task table. Yes, it will be very simple, yet we will learn a lot of things. We will learn how we can create relations between two tables, and we will create authentication, and based on the authentication status we will limit the user access. And after that, in the front end, we will see how we can create private routes using that authentication, and also we will create custom hooks in our react.js. Lots of interesting thing we will do in this project. So let's have a tour of what we are going to make in this project. So here you can see we have our login and register forms, and using register form you can register a completely new user if you want to. So let's log in actually with an existing user. So with the correct email and password you can log in, and here you can see we have this toast message. So for most of your actions there will be a toast notifications, and you will see the message. And you can see this will be very simple application, and here we will not focus on any kind of a style. In fact, we will not write any kind of CSS in this project. All we will do for our CSS is copy and paste. I will show you the source code from where you can copy the CSS code, and that's all. You can see this is a fairly simple UI we have, and let's actually create a task here. So let's say that clean room, that's our task, and after that you can add a task by clicking this button, and you can see we have our clean room which is incomplete right now. And also let's say that learn Mern stack, and if I add that, you can see we have learn Mern stack. And if you notice, the latest task is always in the top, and that's how we sorted the tasks here. So if you want to complete any kind of task, what you need to do is you need to just click this, and based on that you can see task updated successfully. And also if you click it one more time, it will uncheck it and it will make it incomplete. As you can see, the status is also changed here. So let's say that I completed that is fine, great. And also if you want to actually remove the task completely, what you can do is you can delete that by clicking this, and if you hit that, it will be deleted. So delete task. So great. So with that, as you can see, we have all the actions for a task, and beside that we can work with the user. So right now the logged in user is this one, and the email is this one. And if you want to edit that, you can go to the edit page, and we have this new page where we have a form with the currently logged in username and the email. And if you want to change the name, you can actually come here and put the name that you want to update. So let's say that this will be my new name. And if I save that, if I come here in my home page, I can see my name is changed. This is my new name. And great, let's actually go back and delete that. And here let's actually change the email. Instead of this gmail.com, let's say that example.com. and if I save that, now profile is updated. And if I come here, you can see the email is changed. And if I now log out, now it is logged out, as you can see. And if I want to log in with the previous email, you can see login is failed because we do not have the correct email and password. So let's actually do the correct email and password, and right now it should log in with the updated email. So that's all. So that's it. You can see this is really a simple application, yet we will learn a lots of things in this application. So let's actually go to our source code. So here it is, you can see. So this is the source code, and here you will find all the code for your backend and the front end. So I will link this repository in the description. Just click the description link for the source code and make sure that you are in the right branch. So in the branch YouTube tutorial, so this is the source code branch, so YouTube tutorial, select that, and after that you will come here in the right branch and you will find the source code. So if I come here in my front end, and inside the front end we have source, and we have the other files here. And if you notice, here we have our style files, means here we have our SCSS files. So inside the project we will not write any kind of CSS or SCSS. So what I will do is I will just create the file, and I will just paste the code, means paste the CSS. And what you can do is you can come here and copy the code and paste it as I will do inside my project. So that's it, and you will find the CSS, all the CSS in our project. So just grab it from the source code and you will be fine. So that's it. I hope you guys will enjoy the video, and if you face any problem in the video, you can join our Facebook community group and post your problem there, and I will try my best to help you there. So without further ado, let's get started. So in this video, first of all, we will work on our backend. So for that, in our root directory, so right now I am in the root directory, and here I will create a new directory with the name of backend. So it will create a folder with the name of backend, as you can see, which is empty right now. So let's go inside the backend, and in the backend we need to initialize our npm. So npm init -y, which will initialize our npm. So if I hit that, as you can see, package.json inside of our backend. So here it is. So in our backend, I will install all the necessary packages. So let's actually install npm init. So first of all, we will install Express and .env. So not init, so it should be install like that. So npm install express.env, and beside that we also need bcrypt.js. So bcrypt.js like that, and cookie parser, and we need cores, and also we need JSON web token, and after that we also need the mongos. So mongos like that, and finally the Morgan. So these are the packages that we will be using in our backend folder. So let's install this, and if I hit enter, all the packages will be installed, and I will show you what all of those will do in our project. And beside that, we also need two more package for our deb dependency. So install those. So npm install and the name of the package, and before that we need to actually pass this flag, which is the -d, because these are the deb dependency, and the name of the packages are nodemon and ESLint. So install those. So once you do that, you will see all the packages are installed here. And before we go further, I want to mention that if you are new to MongoDB and Express.js, you can watch this video where I showed you how you can create a CRUD operations using MongoDB and Express.js. And beside that, if you want to, you can actually watch this video as well. So where I showed you how you can actually create a simple authentication using JWT authentication with cookies. And also beside that, you can also watch this video where I showed you how you can actually set up ESLint for any kind of JavaScript project. And this is absolutely optional. If you want to, just you can watch it, or if you do not want, you can actually skip the ESLint part completely. But in this video, we will actually set up ESLint. So quickly set up the ESLint. So for that, in our terminal, so let's get back to our terminal, and in your project right now, I'm in the backend. Here I need to run this command npm init @eslint/config. So running this command, you will be here you will see some questions you need to answer. So let's actually quickly answer those. And I will use import export, and here none of these, and I will not use any kind of TypeScript, and it will be for our node environment, and I will use popular style guide. Let's choose Airbnb and JavaScript format for our config file, and these are the packages I want to install, and I will use npm to install those. So that's it. And once again, if you want to have a brief explanation how you can set up ESLint, again you can watch this video where I showed you, and these all videos that I said will be linked in the description. Just find those from the description. So once you actually completed this setup for your ESLint, all the packages that are required will be installed automatically, and also you will see your ESLint RC file. And beside those, for our ESLint, we need to do a little bit more. So here in our root directory, let's get a BS code folder. Inside the BS code folder, I need to have a settings.json file. So in our settings.json file, I need to have some settings, and I'll just copy and paste these settings. And if you want to have the same settings, you can actually have this from our source code. And beside that, let's also have these two extension ESLint, and beside that we need the prettier. Just have those just have these two extension installed in your VS Code, and that's all for your ESLint setup, and that's it. So let's get back to our package.json, where we need to do a little bit more configuration. So here you can see in our package.json we are using main.js as our entry point, and after that let's also have type. So type, let's say that type will be module, and also we need some scripts. So let's actually have the scripts, and here for our dev I will say node1 and index.js. So index.js, which is our main entry point, and I will actually run this with our node1. So this is for our dev, and for our start, which will be only with node instead of node1. So that's all, and once we are done with that, we can actually work on our actual project. So in our backend folder, let's create the entry point, which is the index.js, and in our index.js I will have a console.log, which will be hello world, like that. And here if I come here in our terminal, so I will use our integrated VS Code terminal. So here I just can say backend, I will go to inside the backend folder. Now I can run our this script that we created, the dev. So I will just say npm run dev, and as you can see node1 will start, and here you can see in the node1 we have our console log, which is coming from here, as you can see. So that's great, and if I actually change anything inside of our file, you will see node1 instantly restart our server, and we will see the new result instantly. So that's what the node1 will do. And here instead of console log, let's set up our Express. So to set up our Express, I will say import Express from Express, and after that I will have my application from this Express variable. So constant application from our Express. So I will invoke the Express, and which will give us the application, and after that I will just listen to a port. So app.listen, and here for the port I will get the port from our .env. So let's say that port equals to process.env.port, and here I will have a fallback 8000, and let's actually create a .env file where we will have our port, and the value will be 8000 as well here. And now we have this port dynamic, we can actually change it here, and it will be affected in our whole application. So that's great. So now we can actually use this port here, and after that we will have this callback where we can just console.log server is running at port. So let's say that port like that, and here let's make these single quote backticks. So I will just do like that, not like that, I will just do like that. So also this one, let's make it backticks as well. So now it should be fine. As you can see, now we are having our server is running at port 8000, and in our browser if I go to port 8000, localhost port 8000, like that, you can see the server is running, and we are not having any kind of routes. That's why I will see this cannot get /, so which is a good sign. And here if you notice, we are having an warning which is coming from our ESLint, and we can actually close this role. For that I need to copy the name of the role, and here I will just turn it off. So now it will be gone, so there is no warning. So great. And after that let's also have our MongoDB setup. So for that we need to use this Mongo's package that we install, which is a ODM for our MongoDB. So let's get back to our index.js, where we can create a new function, and for that let's have a function constant connect db, and here I will have async function, and inside the function I will have this try await wait, and I will say mongos dot and connect, and here we need to provide our MongoDB connection string, and for that let's go back to our .env file. So for our MongoDB we will be using our local version of MongoDB. So I already installed MongoDB in my machine, so you can install the MongoDB in your local machine and you can use that, or you can use MongoDB Atlas, which is their online service, I believe. So whatever you use, you need to provide a MongoDB connection string. So let's actually do that. So db connection string. So if you are using MongoDB local version like me, you can actually do it as I am doing. So MongoDB / localhost, and the port number is 017. So the port number is 27017. After that you need to provide the name of the database. So let's actually create a new database with the name of task management recording. So this will be our new database, and if you are using MongoDB Atlas service, you can actually get this connection string from there. Just get the connection string and put it here and it will be fine. So just save it. Once we have that, we need to come here in our index file, and after that we need to provide this connection string. So I will do it process.env. So one thing I actually forgot to do here. So when you are using .env, you need to import one package, which is the .env package that we installed. So import .env/config. So this package is required whenever you are using .env. Previously it was actually using the fallback, because without this .env package, this will not get the port variable from our .env. So it was using the fallback. Right now, whenever we are actually importing the package, now it will use this, and now we should get the port number from the env, and also here the process.env dot, the name of the variable was db connection string, like that. So once you have that, after that console.log. So here let's say that MongoDB connected, like that. And for our catch, so if we face any kind of error, I will just console log it here. So console.log the error, and also I will exit the process. So process.exit with the code error. So with the code 1, which means we faced an error, and that's why we are exiting the process. And let's also call this connect db function here. I will just say connect db. So that's it. So if I do that here, so if I do that, we should see a console log MongoDB connected, but we are not seeing that. So here I'm having some error, because previously I did not start the MongoDB, so that's why we had this error. But right now we are actually in our MongoDB and it is up and running. So now it should be gone. So if I refresh, or if I save this file once again, I can see MongoDB connected, and which means our project is connected with MongoDB. So if you are using MongoDB with your local machine, you can actually use it with in two different ways. You can use it with their MongoDB Compass, which is actually a kind of graphical interface, and if you want to use that, you can use it. But in this video I will use the MongoDB shell, which is the shell version of our MongoDB, and I will show you how you can actually use this MongoDB shell. So that's fine. So once we are done here, after that we need to create the MongoDB, the models. So we need to create the tables. So for our database we need to create the models. So in our backend folder, let's create a new folder with the name of models, and inside the models we need to create the models for our tasks.js. so task.js. so in our task, let's actually import the MongoDB. So import Mongos from Mongos, and after that we need to get the schema out of it. So schema like that from, sorry, schema equals to, we need to get it from our Mongos. And once we have the schema, we can create new schema using that, and let's name it task schema. And here I will say new schema, and here we will say inside this new schema we will create a object here, and inside the object the first field will be the title for our this task, and in the title we will have, let's say that the type of this field will be the string, and also we will say it is a required field. Required will be true. So that's it. And we will do the same thing for other fields. So for our second field, the name of that will be the completed, and it will be a boolean, and it is also required. No, it is not required. So it is not required, so I will say false here. And the default value for this one, as I said, this will be not required, so we need to provide a default value for that. So default will be the false. Whenever we will create a new task, we can actually create it with the name only, so we do not need to pass our completed or not, so it will be default false. So after that we need one more field, which is our relation with the user. So here in the user I will say this is the type of, so this is the relation, not the typical field. So I will just say schema dot types dot object id, and that's it. And after that I will say reference will be user, and finally it is required or not. So I will say it is required. Required will be true. So that's all. So I will show you what this ref user means, because we do not have any kind of user yet, but we will create it and then it will work fine. So once we have that, after that we will also do one more thing here. So after this we will say, after the first object we will say here that timestamp will be true. So true. So which will make sure that beside these three fields we will also have two more fields, which is the created at and also updated at. So that's all this will do. So that's all what we need here. And after that let's also say that export default. So here we need to export the model, but what we have is we have a schema. So to create a model from this schema we need to say mongos.model, and we need to create this model from the schema, and before that we need to name this model, which will be the task. And here I will say task schema. So from this task schema, so which is this one, from this task schema it will create a model and name it task. So that's what we have here. So I'll copy this, so this will be almost similar for our users. So let's get a new folder, so a new file with the name of users or user. I think we should make it singular. So this one you can see here. So let's actually make it task instead of tasks. So let's make it singular. So in our user, let's paste the copied code. Here what we have is instead of task schema, let's say that user schema. And here let's also change this one, user schema, and this will be the user. And we do not need to reference this back. What we need is we need the name. So here for our name, here for our name the type is string, which is fine, and also it is a required, which is also fine. And we said that we need the email. So email will be string, and it is required, so true. And make sure that one thing we need to make sure, which is the unique. So all the emails should be unique, so we can say unique will be true. So that's all. So now we have this, and beside that we need the password, and here in our password I will say type will be the string, and after that required will be the true. So now we have our password as well, and for our user we do not need to have this timestamp true, but it is good to have timestamps true for any kind of model or any kind of table. So once we have that, now we have our user schema or user model. So that's what we referenced in our task. So if you remember, in our task we have this reference. So here in our reference we are saying that it is a reference with the user. So this is the name, this is the exact same name that we have here in our user. So that's how you can actually reference or create relations between these two kind of models. So that's it. So now we have our models, and these are now ready to work. So here in our index.js we need to add some middlewares. So middleware. So here in our middleware I will say app.use. The first one will be the course. So we need to you need to import this course. We already installed this. Import course from course. Do we have it? So let's check it. Yeah, we have the course. So great. Once we have the course here, now we can use it as a middleware, and after that we need to say app.use, and here I will say Morgan. So Morgan, and here I will pass the tiny version, and let's import the Morgan. So I need to import it here. Import Morgan from Morgan. So once we have the Morgan, we can use it like that, and after that we can say app.use, and the name of that is the Express.js, which will help us which will enable our ability to work with JSON request body. So great. And after that, the final thing, which is the app.use express, not express, this is the cookie parser that we installed. So cookie parser like that. So course will help us to share our resource between two kind of origins. So after that we have Morgan, which is for logging stuff. Whenever we will hit any kind of route, it will actually log it in our terminal. We will see it in a moment. And after that, as I said, Express.js, which will enable our ability to work with JSON request body, and after that cookie parser, which will help us to work with cookies in our package, or sorry, in our project. So that's all, and I will actually show you how we will use those in a moment. So now it is time to create some routes. So let's actually create those. So here I will say routes, and in our routes app.use, let me actually check my OBS, it is working or not. Yeah, it is on and running. So app.use, and here I will say /API. So all of our routes will be prefixed with this API, and here we will have all of our routes. So all routes, and we need to create these all routes. So let's actually create a new folder here with the name of routes, and inside that we will have index.js, where we will have all of our routes. So here in our index routes, I will import express from express, and after that I will have the router from, not from, we will get it from express.router with capital R. Once we have the router, after that we can use that. So using this router we will have all of the routers. So we will not directly have all of our routers in this place, in this file. We will have all the routers in separate file. So let's have the routers, all the routes for our, let's say, task. So let's have a new file with the name of tasks, Express.js. So inside of our routes, here we will have our specific task routes. So in our task routes, we can do the same thing. We need to import Express from Express, and after that we need to have the router. So router, which will be from our Express dot router. So once we have, and we have a mistake here, so Express will be like that. So once we have our router here, we can now have our routes. So let's have a simple route for now. So let's say that router dot get. So this will be a get request, and we will have hello, and we will have the callback function where we will have this request and response, and using these two we can response it. So rest.json, here I will say hello world. So that's it. So hello world, and once we have that, we need to actually export this route. Export default routes, or router in this case. So this router, we need to export that, and we need to get it in our index routes. So we need to get it in our index routes. So here in our index routes, let's actually import that. Use task routes. So I will say task routes from, we need to go to task.js. So whenever you are using a node project and you are using type module, when you are using type module, you need to make sure that you are giving the full path, and also you are giving the extension as well. So in the Node.js project, whenever you are using module, you need to provide the extension as well, so which is a little bit annoying, but you need to do that. So once you have your task routes from the task.js file, you need to use it here. So I will just say router.use, and here we will say it will be inside of our users, users, it will be inside of our tasks, and I will just reference this here. So finally we need to export it. Once again, export default from our index file. So now we are actually exporting our router from the index file, and once we do that, you can actually get it in our entry point. So in our backend entry point, you need to import that. So import all routes from, you need to go to the routes, and after that you have the index.js. So that's it. And now once we have that, now we have our all routes, and now it should work. So let's actually go through one more time what we did in our routes. So in our entry point index.js, we are saying that app.use, and here we are actually prefixing all the routes with /API, and here we are actually using all routes. What is all routes? If I go to inside the all routes, so here we can see we are also using router.use once again, and it is saying that we will be prefixing these task routes with /task. And if I go to inside of our task routes, we will see our actual routes, which is the /hello. And now you have that. If you want to actually see how it is actually working, you need a API client, and I will use Insomnia for our API client. But if you want to use any other options like a Postman, you can use it, which will be totally fine. So in our Insomnia, let's get a new request, and here I will say HTTP local host 8000 and / after that, here we need to a little bit we need to be a little bit careful. So here after the / after the domain, we need to do the /API that we have, and after the /API we have, if I go to inside all routes, we have the tasks, and inside the task we have /hello. So now this is the correct path for this route, and if I actually send this, okay, there is something wrong. Localhost, just make sure that you are actually having the correct spell. So now whenever I am actually sending a request in this route, I can see the response hello world, which is coming from this And also if you notice here in our terminal we are seeing this log. So this is the log where we are seeing that it was a GET request and the path of the request is API/task/hello, and all the other information about this request that we got. So this is actually coming from our Morgan. So this is the log middleware that we are using. So this will log all the HTTP requests that we will be receiving in our application. So that's it. Now we have our first route, and also we are actually having this error. This is a ESLint error, and if I actually hover it, you can see as I said, we need to use .js. So if I do not use .js, it will give us this error, but if I use .js, the error is gone. So we need to use .js in our project, but ESLint is saying that you should not use .js. So we do not need this role of ESLint. So just copy the role name, and after that you can actually come here in your role and you can turn it off. Now the error is gone, so which is great. So after that, let's have all the other routes. So in our index routes, we have now routes for our task, but we also need the routes router dot use, and we need the route for what, auth, and we need to have the auth routes, and also we need to have the users routes. So that's it. So we need to create those. So let's actually create those in our routes folder, and let's say auth.js, and here let's say that import express, not like that, we will directly get the express, and after that we will have our router from our express dot router, like that. And once we have that, we will actually directly export it. For now, export default router. So this is our auth routes, and we need to import it from the auth. So let's actually do it here, auth routes, and this will be from our auth. So great. And finally we need to do the same thing for our users. So let's get a new file with the name of users.js in our routes folder, and here I'll just copy our auth. So copy that and paste it in our users. So now we have all of them, and also let's import it, and also let's import it here. So users routes, and here users. So great. Now we have all of our routes. So now let's work on our auth routes. So let's go back to our auth routes, and here we will have all of our authentication routes. So here let's have the first route. So router dot first one, we will have the register. So post, it will be a post request, and path will be register, like that. And here we will have our callback. Instead of having the callback directly here, what we will have is we will have our callback in a separate file. So let's get a new folder with the name of controllers, and inside that we will have our let's close this, and inside that we will have our controllers for the authentication. So let's name it auth.js, and this will be our auth controller. So here we will have a function for our register. So constant have a function with the name of register, and in this function let's have this function for now, like that. And we need to export this function, so export, like that. Once we have that, we can come here and we can reference this register, and we will import this register from the controller auth, and make sure that you are having .js extension here, and save that. And after that, here also just save it. Something is wrong? No, everything is fine. So now we are having our register, and beside that let's also have one more route which will be login, and we will have the login function, and let's have the login function, and let's copy this and paste it here, and let's change the name login like that. So that's fine. Now we need to import it here from the same file login like that. So first of all, let's work on our register. So in our register, first thing that I will do is I will make this function a async function, and also inside this function we'll have the request response, and that's it. So once we have that, after that inside of our function, the first thing that I will check is whenever we will register a user, we need to have the name, email, and the password. So that's what we will check. So let's say that if our request.body.name and request.body.email and request.body.password. So these three fields should be available before we create a new user. So that's why the first thing that I will do here is I will check those three fields. So if it is available, that is fine, but if it is not, then I will just create an error here. So I will say return response.json required field name, email, and password. So right now I will actually leave it like that, but later in our project we will have a good error handling, but for now let's actually leave it like that. And here, once we actually have these three fields, after that what I will do is I will create this try and catch block. So in our try block, the first thing that I will do is I will actually hash our password. So we will not store our password directly in our database. First of all, we will hash the password, and after that we will actually store it. And to hash the password, we need to actually use our Backend.js package that we installed. So first thing that I need to do is I need to create a salt. So salt equals to await, so equals to await, and here we will use Backend.js. So Backend.js dot, and here I will set gen salt, and I will actually generate a salt using level 10, and I need to import Backend here, import Backend.js from Backend.js like that. So once we have that, I will actually hash my password here. So constant hash password equals to, and I will use await and Backend.js dot hash. So it will hash the password where I need to pass my password, which will be coming from our request. So request dot body dot password, and also beside that we need to pass our salt that we created. So once we have these two, it will hash our password, and it will store our hashed password here. Now we can actually store this hashed password. So to store this hashed password, we need to actually create a new user first of all using our model. So new user equals to new user. So this user, this is our model, and we need to import it here. So let's actually import that. Import. So we need to import our model. So import user from, we need to go back to our models and slash user.js. Now from our models users, we are actually using getting our user, and using this user we can create new user. So for that we need to provide all of our fields, and the first thing that I need for our user is the name, and I will get the name from the request.body.name like that. And second thing that I need is our password. So not password, it will be email. So request.body.email, and the last thing that I need is the password. So we will not get it from our request.body. So because as I said, we shouldn't store our password directly. So what I will store is I will store this hashed version of our password. So I will say hash password, and it will create a new user, and we should save this user, and I will just say await new user and .save. So it will save it in our MongoDB database, and I will return. So if everything happens perfectly, that is fine. So I will return with a success message. So res.status, which means we created a new user, and here for the message I will pass this JSON where I will say new user created, and that's it. And finally we need to provide our catch block. So if any kind of error happens here, I will just console.log the error for now. So here we are having this ESLint error because we are not returning any kind of thing from our catch block. So let's say that we will return the same thing that we have here. So copy this and paste it here, and let's say that server error. Now the error is gone. Now we are returning this JSON from our catch block. Great. So let's actually check this. First of all, if I come here in our shell, so right now I am in the MongoDB shell. Here I just can say show DBs, and it will show us all the available databases, and the one that we are using is this one, task management recording. So let's actually use this. So I will say task management recording, like that. So now we are using task management recording, and I will say show tables, and it will show the tables. Right now we are actually having only one tables users because that's what we are using here. Whenever we will use our task, we should also see the task here. So for now we are only using users, so that's why we are seeing users here. So now let's register a new user and let's see it in our database. So for that, in our Insomnia, let's actually make it register, and here in our path after the API it will be auth/register. So in our Insomnia, instead of having these localhost 8000 every time, what I can do is I can cut that, and I can actually create a variable here, environmental variable inside of our Insomnia. So let's name it base URL, because that's what we will use every time, and we do not want to actually write it every time. So I will have this base URL. So let's make it like that, base URL, and inside that we need to actually pass our base URL. So like that we can actually create an environmental variable, and the name of the environmental variable is the key. The key here is the base URL, and that's what we will use. So now instead of this localhost 8000, we can use base URL. So now it should be fine. So after the base URL /API/auth/register, and if I send that, I can see cannot get the post API auth register, because here we are actually having the problem. We forgot to add this slash, so we need to add this /. Now it should be fine. Now if I come here in our Insomnia, if I send that, I can see record field name, email, and password. So we need to pass those fields. So let's create a new user with the name of Arfan and email of Shaif Arfan08@gmail.com, and finally we need to have a password, and I'll say 123 for now. So 123 will be our password, and if I actually send this now, we are still getting okay, we actually have a misspell here, so it should be password like that. So now if I send this, new user created. So if I come here in our terminal, so here it is, the last request, and it was 201. So 201, which is created, which means we successfully created our user. And if I want to check it, we can actually go back to our terminal, so if I come here in our terminal, so if I want to see our users, I just can say db.users.find, and after that empty parenthesis, and after that if I actually run that, I should see my user. So right now we are having this user email. So right now we are having this user where I can see we have the name, email, and the password. And if you notice the password, this is the hashed version of our password. So great. And beside these three, we also have created it and updated it. So which is if I come here, if I come here in our model users, so in our users model, if you remember, we have these timestamps true. So that's why we are actually having these two extra field, created it and updated it. So this is two necessary and very important fields which you should have in every table, every database table. So that's great. Now we have our new user, and after that let's also come here in our auth, and after that we need to work on our login. So let's actually work on our login, work on it. So first thing that I will do is I will make this async function, and here I will have my request response, and here inside of our function, first thing I will check. So whenever I will log in, I want to have two required field, which is the email and password. So using these two we will log in, so we need to make sure that these two field is available. So let's check those. So if our request dot body dot email and if request dot body dot password, so if this two is not available, in this case I will just return arrays.json. I'll say required field name password, like that. And after that, once if we have these two, after that I will just say try and catch block. Inside of our try catch block I will do the login process. So in our try I will say constant user, so I will get the user using our email. So let's get the await, and after that I will just say user dot find one. Using our email we will find the user from the database. So find one using our email, so the email value will be request dot body dot email, and from this we will select, and we want back name, email, password. So okay, one thing we need to actually make sure that it is inside of our string. So now here what I'm saying is get the user whose email is the email that we are actually providing, and also from that user we need to get back the name, email, and the password. So once we have that, after that we will check our user. So if there is no user with that email, I will return, and here I will just say return res.json no user found, and also you can make the status here. So status to 404 you can make, because we didn't found the user. So but if we have the user, in this case we will verify our user password, and I will just say constant is password correct equals to await Backend.js dot compare, and here I need to pass our request dot body dot password, and beside that the password that we got from our database, which is inside of our user. So I will say user dot password. So it will compare these two and it will tell us if it is correct or not. So if it is a correct password, in this case we'll go further, but if it is not, so we'll check if our password is incorrect, in this case I will say return res.json password incorrect, like that. But if it is a correct password, in this case we will create a cookie for our user and we'll pass the cookie with the request response, I mean. So here first of all we need to create the payload, what will be inside of our cookie. So that's what the payload is, and inside the payload I will say we will pass the ID and user dot underscore ID and name will be user dot name. So these two things will be our payload, and after that let's get the token. So basically what we will do here is we will create a token which will be our JWT token, which means it will be a JSON web token, and inside the web token we will use this payload, and after that we will send the token using our cookie. So that's what we will do. So let's create our JWT token. So JWT dot sign, and we need to actually import the JWT here. So for that import JWT from JSON web token, like that. So come here, and now we have our JWT, and inside the sign we need to say payload, what will be the information inside of our token. So the information that we'll send is the payload. Here after that we will say like that. So here after the payload we need to provide a JWT secret. So this is really important. So in our .env let's have our JWT secret. So JWT secret, and you should have a very secret string here which should be very safe or very unique, very safe, and using this secret you will actually verify the token and you will access the token. So here for our JWT secret I will just have a normal text, but you should have a very safe and secret and unique string or text. So for now I will just say webcifar as a JWT secret, but you should have something unique and something very safe string. So using this string you will verify the token later, we will see, but for now let's have this, and we will access that with process.env.jwt token, and after that we will have some options. So the only option that we will have is expires in, which will be 1 day. So that's it, and after that once we have the token we will actually set this token in our cookies. So let's actually send the cookies. So I will say return res.cookie, and inside that the name of our cookie which will be the access token, and here we need to provide the value of the cookie which will be the token, and finally we need to have the option. So HTTP only. So this is good to have this HTTP only, because whenever you will have HTTP only, this cookie can be accessible by your server only. So you cannot access this cookie in the front end, in your front end JavaScript. So this cookie can be accessible only in the backend. So that's what it will do, and once we have that, after that we will say the status of this response will be 200, and finally we will have a JSON message where I will say we can actually pass our name, email and the password, and also we can provide a message. So let's have a message here. So message will be, so it will be inside of these curly brackets, and here I will say login success, like that. And finally once we are done in our try block, we will go to our catch block where we'll have an error. So I will just console log the error, and I'll do the same thing that I did here. and that's it. Okay, we are having some kind of line number 34. So okay, we can see we are having this error. Okay, so we do not need these curly brackets. We can remove these curly brackets, and this should be fine. And one more error from our ESLint, which is this thing. So in our ESLint, you can see this underscore in the beginning. It is not actually no underscore dangle, as you can see. So that's the role, but we want to have this underscore in the beginning, because we do not have control over it, because it is coming from directly our database. So if you remember, in our database, as you can see, so this ID, this is underscore ID, so we do not have any control over this. So we need to use it, and for that we need to actually turn off our role. And for that we can go to our ESLint.c and turn off this role like that, and that will be fine. So now our server is up and running, and let's test it. So let's log in to our application. So let's create, or let's duplicate this request and name it login, and it will be post as well, and the path will be login. And here we need to provide the email and name only. So we are providing the email and the password, and if I send this, server error. So let's see what is the error. So secret or private key must have a value. So JSON token, sorry, JSON secret, the name of the variable is JSON secret. So let's come here in our controllers and let's name it secret. Now it should be fine. So now come here in Insomnia. So in our Insomnia, let's actually send this one more time, login success, and also we can see it in our log here. So here in our Insomnia, I can see whenever it is actually at 200, okay, there is a cookie. So this is the access token, the name that we actually provided here. And also if I manage the cookie, so here you can see we have our cookies, which is great. And so now using this cookie, now we can actually verify any kind of user in our project. So now in our project, we need to create a function which will actually check any kind of user, and based on their cookies, it will tell us if it is a logged in user or an authenticated user. So let's actually create this. So we will create this function inside of our utils. So let's get a new folder in our backend with a name of utils, and inside this utils we will have a function with the name of check auth.js. So here first of all, let's export the function, export constant check auth, and here we will have our request response, and inside this we will have first of all, so first thing that I will do inside of this function, I will get the token. So token equals to request.cookie cookies.access token. So this is the name of our token, and after that we will say if the token is not available here, I will say return res.json no token available, like that. But if we have our token, in this case I will say JWT, sorry, this should be JWT dot verify. So we'll verify our token. So here we need to provide the token, and after that we need to provide the JWT secret. So process.env.jwt secret, and after that we'll have this function, callback function, where we will have our error and decoded message. so decoded. So here in our function, if we have any kind of error in this case, I will say return rest.json invalid token. But if we have our token, in this case I will just say else. So else if our token is valid, if everything is fine, in this case I will just say request.user equals to decoded, and I will go to my next. So here let's actually also have the next here, which means we will go to our next middleware. So that's it. If I save that, we are having this. So whenever you are so this is a ESLint error. So whenever you are having only one export, it should be a default export. So that's what we are expecting from our ESLint. So let's actually make it default export here, export default, and we do not need this anymore. And also one more thing here, we are not having return, so let's actually have the return here. So return next and return as well here. So we do not need to return it, we can actually directly call our next. It will directly go to the next middleware, but it is good to have the return here. So and here also misspell decoded, and this should be decoded as well. So now we are having this function where we are actually checking our request. In the request we are checking the token. If our token is valid, then we will go to the next middleware, but if it is not a valid token, we will return from here. So that's what we will do. Then let's use this in our application. So in our application, let's come here in our index routes. So we will use the function here as a middleware. So before our task routes, we will use it here. We will say check auth, and here same thing, check auth. And now before we will go inside of our user routes or task routes, we should be authenticated. But if we are not authenticated, it will return from here, it will not go further to the routes. So let's check it. So come here in our do we have any kind of routes? I think we have one in our task. So if I come here in the task, we have hello. So let's check this hello. So let's create new request and base URL slash API slash task slash hello. And if I send this, so here we are having our hello world response because we already have the cookies. So if I come here in the timeline, here you can see in our get request we already have our access token. So that's why it is actually sending us the response. But let's actually clear out this come here in the cookies and manage cookies, and let's clear out these cookies, which means we should delete that. So now we do not have any kind of cookies. And if I send our request now, you can see no valid token is available, because as I said here in our index routes, before we go inside of our task routes, it will check the authentication. And in our authentication, so it will come here and it will check our request, and from the request it will take the token and it will verify the token. Right now we are not having any kind of token, so that's why it is saying that no token is available. But if I come here in the login, and if I log in successfully, we should have a token. And if I come here and with that token, so now we have token. And after that, if I actually send a request with that token, now we are actually having our correct response. Now our authentication is almost done. So now one thing we are missing is we are missing a proper error checking. So let's actually have a proper error checking here. So for that, in our utils, let's get a new file with the name of error.js. So where we will check all of our errors. So export defaults, and let's say that we will have our message and status. And what I will do is I will create a error here, new error, and after that error.message equals to the message that we got. And same thing for our status code, status, and we'll return from here. So return error. So that's it. Now we have this function, and come here in our entry point index.js. So in our entry point index.js, we will use it. So we will use it after all of our routes. So here, once we have our routes, after that we will have our error handle. Error handler, here I will say app.use, and we will have all of the request response and the next. And beside these three, we will also have an error in the beginning, and that's what we will actually pass manually, and I will show you. And here we will say we will have a status equals to error.status, or we will make it 500. So 500 will be our fallback. So if there is no status, then we will have this 500, and this will be a status code. And finally message equals to error.message, and here if we have the message, that is fine, but if we do not have any kind of message, I will say internal server error. And that's what we need. And after that we'll return, and I will say res.status, and I will provide the status, and finally the JSON. Inside the JSON we will provide the message. Will be message like that. So that's it. Now we have our message, and also beside that, if you want, you can provide a stack. So a stack will be error.stack like that. And we are not using next, so we can actually remove this next. So that's it. Now we have our error handler, and we need to use it. So for that, first of all, let's come here in our checkout function. So we should use our error handler here. So here in this function, instead of sending this res.json no token available, instead of that, let's remove this. We will actually create an error. So let's actually call our utility import create error from. We need to come here in the error.js. So this is the utility function that we created. So the name of that is the create error, and here we will actually use that create error, and inside that it is expecting us to provide a status and message. So a status will be, let's say that 401, and the message will be, let's say that unauthorized, like that. And once we actually created this error, we will send it in our next middleware. So here, if I come here in our index entry point, here you can see, so whenever we will go to our next middleware, so after this we have the next middleware, which is our error handler. So whenever we will go to the next, it will come here in our this error handler, where we will actually send the actual response. So we need to send it, or we need to return it as a next. So next here, and we need to close it here. So that's what we will do. We will actually send it in our next middleware, where we will call this function, the create error. Inside the create error, we need to pass our status and the message. So that's it. So we will do the same thing for our this error, where we are saying the invalid token. So the status will be 401, and also the message will be invalid token, like that. So great. Now if I come here in our insomnia, so if I send it, it is fine. If I delete our cookie, now it should give us a proper error. So if I send it, now you can see unauthorized 401. So great. And one thing, so let's also go back to our auth, and here in our register and login, let's apply this error handling. So here whenever we are actually facing an error, first thing we will do is we will provide the, let's actually copy this from our check. So copy this and paste it in our register here. So now whenever we are actually checking this, let's also import this, no suggestion. So import create error from, we need to go to our utils and error.js, and this should be here. And here we also need our next function, and the status will be 400, and the message will be, let's say that name, email, and password is required. And let's copy this. And also in the end of our function, in our catch block, instead of returning this rest.json, what I will do is now I will return our next with the error, like that. And we'll do the same thing, copy this here. Whenever we are checking our name, email and password in our login, so if it is not actually available, so let's also have the next function first of all. So if our if our email and password is not available, in this case we will do the same error handling. And once again in our catch block, instead of doing this, I will pass our next with the error directly, so it will handle it automatically. So great. Now if we have this in our insomnia, it should provide us good error. So if I come here in our register, so let's say that we do not pass, we are not passing any kind of name, but it is expecting us to pass a name. So in this case, if I do it, as you can see, bad request, and we are having our error. So great. So if I come here in our login, if I provide a invalid password, incorrect password, as you can see. And also okay, I think we need to actually do it a little bit more here. So because whenever we are actually checking a user and checking our password, we are also returning our response, so we should handle it a little bit more carefully. So here what I will do is, for that, let's actually remove it. So if we do not find any kind of user, for this case I will return the next with create error, where I will have the status 404, and the message will be no user found, like that. And I will do the same thing here whenever we do not verify the password correctly. So in this case, what I will do is I will provide the 400 and password is correct, password is incorrect, like that. So now it should give us nice error. So if I come here and pass it, as you can see, bad request, password incorrect, and also the hashtag is here. One thing I'm missing here is it is not actually giving us in a right way. So let's see. So here you can see we are actually getting all the errors perfectly, but one more thing we need to actually do here. So we need to add our error. So right now this is not actually working properly. We need to provide the next function here, though we'll not use any kind of next function, but we still need to add this next function, because we are actually adding our error as an extra from it is actually passing from our parent. So whenever if I come here in our, let's say in our auth control, so this is where you can see in our next, we are actually calling our next, and here you can see we are actually passing this error. So this is what we are getting the error in our index file, this file. Here we are actually having the error, and beside that we have these default variables, so we need to actually add those. And here you will find these ESLint no unused variables. So if you want to actually disable ESLint for only one line, what you can do is you can provide ESLint disable next line. I think this will work here. So now ESLint won't work in this next line, and there will be no error. So ESLint won't allow any kind of variable that is not used in this function, but we want this anyway. So that's why we need to disable our ESLint for this next line. So now when you have your next function here, so this error will be available in correct position. Now we should see all the message and the stack as well. So now if I come here and if I send this same thing, as you can see, we are actually having our message and also the stack, which is actually helpful when you are actually debugging. So from where this is actually coming from and what you can do. So all the information will be available here. So that is great. Now we are actually having a good error handling, and after that we will go to our next route. One more thing I will do here is in our utils function we have this error.js. So let's actually rename this and let's be more specific. So let's actually rename this create error.js. And so once I do, I need to also change it in our check auth, because that's where we already used this error.js. So we need to rename the name here as well. And also we need to do the same thing in our auth controllers, because in our auth controllers we also used this here. So we just need to change this path as well. So now we have these errors. So after that, let's go back to our auth, and here right now we have the routes for our login and register, and also beside that we also need the logout as well. So let's actually create this. So router dot logout, no sorry, it will be let's actually make it get request, and let's make it logout, and also the function name will be logout as well. And we need to create this. So let's go back to our controller, and here in the bottom let's actually create our logout. So export constant logout, and let's create a function for now. And here in our auth we need to actually import that. So let's actually import it beside our login logout. Now in our controller we need to actually create the function. So to log out a user, all we need to do is we need to clear our cookie. So let's do it. So first thing that I will do here is let's actually make it request and response, so these two, and after that res.clear cookie, and here I will actually name I will provide the name cookie, sorry, the name was the access token, and that's it. And after that we need to return something. So return the res.status. The status will be 200, which is okay. And after that the JSON message will be, let's say that message logout success. So once I do that, it is fine now. Now if I come here in our Insomnia, so let's actually create a new, let's actually duplicate this and make it logout request, and now it will be a get request, and instead of login we need to provide logout like that, and we do not need to pass anything. And if I send this now, as you can see, logout success, and if I come here in our cookie, we do not have any kind of cookie here, as you can see. But if I come here in our login, if I log in, we need to provide our valid password. The password is incorrect, 123 is our password. So if I send it with the correct password, I can see login success. And if I come here in the cookie, I have a cookie, and if I log out this, if I come here in our manage cookie, we do not have any kind of cookie now, which means we cannot access this hello task anymore. So if I come here, as you can see in the preview, now we are unauthorized, because we do not have any kind of cookie. So that's how we can actually log out. And after that, one more route that we need, which is our is logged in. So after that, the last route that we need for our auth, which is the router.get, it will be get request, and it will be is logged in. So the name of the function will be is logged in, and we need to create that. So let's go to our controller, and here quickly create the function export. So export constant, and the name of the function will be is logged in, and here in the function we need to import it in our auth. So let's import it once we created it. So is logged in. So now we have our function, and let's work on this function. So now we have this is logged in function. So in this function, what we will do is we will check our token, and every time we will reload or we will go to a route in the front end, so we will check our authentication with this route. So I will show you in the front end how we will use it, but it will actually check every time we will request it. It will check our authentication is okay or not. So let's do it. So we will check it with the token. So let's get the token from our request. So request and response will be here, and here I will say request dot cookies dot access token like that. And once we have our token, if we do not have our token in this case, so in this case I will return res.json, and it will be false. So we will return false. Otherwise, if we have a token, in this case we will check our token. So return JWT dot verify, and here we need to verify it with our token. So token and process.env.jwt secret. So after that we will have our error and decoded. So we do not need the decoded value, so we just only need the error. If we have any kind of error, in this case I will return false. So return res.json false. And if we do not have any kind of error, in this case everything is okay, and we will return res.json true. So that's it. So if I save that, that's it for our this function. So this function will return true or false based on our cookie token. So if our cookie token is okay, in this case it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So that's what it will do, and I will show you how we will use it in our front end. So that's it. So that's all for all of our auth routes. So now after that, let's start with our user routes. So in our user routes, first of all, let's create router.get. So it will be a get request where we will have the info about the user. So we need to create a controller for our users. So let's get a controller as well. So in our controllers, let's get a new file with the name of user.js. So in our users controller, we need to create a new function which will be get user info. So export constant get user info, and let's actually make it arrow function, so like that. So now we have this function, and we need to import it in our users routes. So here let's actually import it. Import the name of the function is actually get user info from our users controller. Let's also have this extension as well, and here let's use it. So get user info. So that's it. So now we have this function, and we need to work on this function. So in our users here, so in this function what we will do is we will get our user information. So for that, first of all, let's make this function a an async function. So async, like that, async. And also here we will have the request, response, and the next function. And first of all, in our try block we need to get our users data. So we will get the users data by the user ID, and from where we can get our user ID. So if you remember, in this request, if I come here in our check auth, so here in our check auth we are actually adding our user in this request. So whenever, if I come here in our user routes, sorry, index routes, so if you remember, before it goes to the users route, it will actually go to the check auth. So in our check auth, what we are doing is we are adding this user in our request. So from this user we will actually get the ID, because in this decoded value we will have our ID. If you actually remember what was the payload, so for that you need to go to the login. So if I come here in our auth controllers, because this is where we have our login. So if you remember, in our login what we have is we have this as a payload, we have ID and the name. So this is the decoded value in our check auth, right? So, and this is also what we will have in our users. So whenever I will come here, and if I want to actually access the user ID, I just can actually get it from this request.users. So let's get it. So constant data equals to await, and we will go to the user. So this is our model, so we need to import the model user from, we need to go to the models and user.js, and that's it. So here we will say user.find1, and I will find one by ID. So let's use this one. So here I need to provide my request.user.id, and this one is actually not underscore ID, because whenever we are adding the payload in our login, so if I come here auth controllers, so we are actually adding it as a ID key, not the underscore ID. So this is what we will use in our request.user.id. So that's it. And after that, whenever it will get the user, what we need from the user, so let's actually select the field. So we want the name, and beside that email like that, and tasks. So that's it. Once we have those, after that we will return, and we will say res.status, and we'll make a 200, and in the JSON we will provide our data. And if we have an error here, we will say return it to the next with the error. So that's it. Now we should have this get user info. So let's actually test it. So come here in our Insomnia, and let's create a new request, and let's name it get user info, and here base URL, after that API/users/get user info, like that, and it is a get request. So let's check here where it is, users. So yeah, it is a get request, and if I send it, let's see, we are not getting it. So this is misspelled, so users, like that. And right now we are unauthorized, so we cannot actually access it. So let's log in first of all. So once we are logged in, then we can actually get the user info. Okay, get user info, the path is right, sorry, not get user info, it is /me/info. So this is my mistake. So this is not get user info, it is /me/info. And if I send it, I can see my user info is here. So I can see my ID, my name, and the email. And this is what, this is the user, as you can see here. So we are getting our information correctly. So one thing here I noticed that I'm actually having a name, email, and task. So we do not have task field in our user. So if you come here in our user model, so let's check. So we do not have any kind of task field in our user, so we do not need to add that. So let's remove the task field from here. So this will be fine. So here in our users route, we need to actually create our next route. So router.put, and let's actually make it me, and here we will actually update our user. So update user, and what I think is instead of having me/info for our get user info, what I will do is I will actually make it only me, and it will be a get request and it will be a put request where I will actually update it. So these two will have the same path, but the method will be different. So now if I actually comment out this one, the latest one, and if I come back to our Insomnia, and let's actually remove the info, now it will be only me, and if I actually send it, as you can see, it is still working. I think it is great to have the path only me instead of having me/info. So yeah, so now let's get to our update user. So for that we need to go to our controllers, and here we need to create our function for that. So export constant update user, so it will be async function as well. And here in this function, so come here and first of all import it. So update user, and now it will be fine. So in our in our controller, now we need to actually create this function to update our user. So whenever we will update our user, we will actually get the updated or get the new value from the request. So request response and the next, and here first of all I'll say constant updated user equals to, and await and user model and find by ID and update. So here it is, find by ID and update. So what it will do is it will find a user or any kind of entity by the ID and update it with the given value. And first of all we need to provide the ID. So request dot user dot ID, and we need to provide the value. So it will be in this object where I will say name equals to request dot body dot name, and finally email. So this is the two fields that we have in our user. So this is what we will update. So let's actually say the email one. So now we have our email and the name. So with the given email and the name, it will update our user. And also what I will do is I will say I will provide some option here. So the only option that I will provide here is the new equals to true. So by default it will not return us the updated user. So whenever I will provide this option, it will return us the updated user, and it will be in this variable. Now we need to say from the return value what I need to actually get back. So I need to get back the name and the email only. So that's it. So now in our this variable we will have only name and email instead of having everything, and we will return it. And I will say res dot status 200, and here I will say JSON will be the updated user, and that's it. So now in our catch block we will have an error. So if we have any kind of error, I will just pass it. So return to the next, and we will pass the error. So that's it. So that's what we will do in our updated user. So let's check it. So in our Insomnia, let's actually duplicate this one and update user, create this, and instead of having the get request, now I will make it put request. Now we should provide some value here, right? So let's actually say the name equals to, so right now we are logged in as a, come here, we are logged in as a Shaif Arfan, and if you remember in our user info the name is Arfan. So let's change that. So let's say that the name would be Shaif Arfan, and if I do that, if I send it, okay, nobody returned in the response, but we can see in our Morgan log it was a 200 success and there is no error. So if I come here in our get user info and check, yeah, as you can see the name is actually updated, but we are not getting back any kind of data. So what is the reason? Okay, I can see we are not using the proper variable name, so it should be updated user, not update user. So update user was the name of our function, so the variable name is updated user, so that's it. Now if I come here and check it again, so let's say updated, and if I send it, now we should get back the name Shaif Arfan updated. And if I check it in our get user info as well, if I send the request, as you can see the name is changed. And we can also change our email as well, so let's say email, now it is at example.com. so great, and let's actually make it back the old email, delete it, paste it and change it. Now we have our old email. So now using these routes we can actually update our user, and that's it. So this is all for our user. So from our user route, if I come here in our user route, we can actually get the user info and update the user. So that's it. So now after the users, let's work on our task routes. So in our task routes right now we are having this demo. Let's actually remove this, and so in our task routes, first of all let's create the router.get, and it will be, so first of all let's create a task, and for that I will actually create a task with our post request, and here let's actually have a function with a create task, and we need to create the function in our controller. So let's get a new controller with the name of task.js, and here I will export constant. Let's actually create the task, create task, and in this function we will have it like that, and we need to import it here. So import create task from this file, and also make sure that you are having the extension as well. And also after that let's also create another route, so router.get, and this one will be get all. So now for that we need to actually create a function, I mean controller. So in our task controller we need to create another function here. So let's actually duplicate this and let's rename it with get all task, and we need to use it here. So get all task, and also here get all task. So now we have these two. We have our /post to create a task, and /all to get all task, and that's it. So let's actually create task. So for that, in our controller, let's come here task and use this function. So in this function to create a task, let's also make it async first of all, and here we'll have the request, response and the next function. And here I will say, first of all let's create the task. Here I will say constant new task equals to, we will use our task model. So import task from, we need to go to our model and we need to use our task, and we need to use it here. So I will just say new task, and here we need to provide all the fields. So we need the title, and here I will say request dot body dot title, and the next one will be user, and this will be the ID of our user. And to get the current user ID, as I said, user.id, so request.user.id, and after that completed will be request.body.completed, and that's it. Whenever we have our new task, we need to actually save the task. So constant saved task equals to, we need to save it, so await and new task dot save. So just like we created our user, we need to create the task. Once we actually saved our task, and after that we need to return our response. So response dot status, and we need to create 201 JSON, and we will pass the saved task, and that's it. So in our catch block, if we have any kind of error, we will catch it and we'll pass it to our next error handler, and that's it. And here we are not returning the next, so let's return it. So that's it. Now we have our this create task ready to use. So let's test it. So here let's actually create a new function, new HTTP request, and name it create task, and here it will be a, what is the method, let's see. So routes task, so it was a post, so we need to make it post, and here base URL slash API slash task slash we need to know. So here, so it was only forward slash, so we do not need to pass anything else. And for our JSON, let's pass the title, and this is the only thing which is required. So let's say that new task, and if I send it, I can see new task is created with the title, and also the default value of for our completed is the false, so that's why this is the false, and also the user is the this one. So if I actually want to check, if I come here in our get current user info, and you can see the get current user info, we have this ID which is ending with 1388, and if I come here, this is the same ID, so it is fine. And also this is the ID of our task, and we have created it and updated it. So that's it. So now we have our new task, and let's also create another one, new task 2, and in this case I will actually change the completed and make it false. We don't need to pass it like that, we can pass it like that. So completed false, and if I actually send it, now you can see, completed false was the default one, we need to make it true, and let's make it 3, and if I send it, now you can see the completed is now true. So default it was false, and now whenever we will actually explicitly say the completed will be true, then it will make it true, otherwise default will be false. So that is great. Now we actually creating our task, and after that, to get all the tasks here, we need to actually use this function. So it will be pretty straightforward and also easy. So first of all, let's make it async, and here we will have our request, response, and the next. So try. So in our try block, we need to get the task, and we will get it with the task model dot find, and we will find all the task, and for that we do not need to pass anything here. We will just pass these empty parentheses. So whenever you will pass empty parentheses, it will actually give us the all task that is available. So that is what we want, and here I will say return, we will return with the res status 200, and here I will just, in our JSON, I will say task that we got, and in our catch block, if we have any kind of error, I will just pass it to our next error handler. So that's it, and also here it should be returned. So that's it. So now come here in our insomnia, and let's actually duplicate this one, and let's rename it get all tasks. And if I do that, it will be a get request, and we need to say what is the path. So in our users routes, task routes, so /all, so that's what we need to pass after the task. And if I send it, so I can see here all the tasks that is we have in the table is actually available here. So great, now we are actually getting all the tasks. So right now what we are having is we are actually getting all the tasks, no matter who is the user. So what we really want to do actually is we want to have only the specific task which is created by user, right? So we need to actually get those. So router.get, and so here I will say my task like that, and we need to create a function, and let's say that the function name will be get current user task, and we need to create this in our controller. So in our task controller, let's create it here. So export constant get current user task, and here async request response and the next. So once we have that, sorry, this will be like that. So once we have that, we need to actually import it here. So let's import it, get current user task, and I do not know why it is not actually getting this function. But we will see it later. So in this function, let's come here and get the user's task. So for that, what I need to do is I need to do the same thing that I did before. So I will get the task, and here I will await, and using my task module model we will find it. So before previously what we did is we actually provided a empty parenthesis, but in this case we will say that get all the task whose user is the request.user.id. so we will actually pass the user, and here we will have the user ID, and now it will give us only those tasks which is created by the current user. And I will return and rest.status and 200, and here I will provide the task. So that's all, and let's catch the error. I will just say return next error, like that. Everything should be fine. So now if I come here, still we are getting this error. So now if I come here in our insomnia, let's check it, and let's create, or we can duplicate this one, and let's say get all task. Instead of that, get user task. And actually if I create that, and what I need to do is, if I come here, what is that? So slash my task, so that is the path. So slash my task, like that, and if I send it, we do not need to pass anything here. So here you can see we are actually getting all the tasks, and if you remember, these tasks are actually created by the same user, which is me. And if I want actually come here, so now to check it, let's actually register a new user. Instead of Shaif Arfan, let's say that webcifar, and password will be that will be fine. And if I create that, it is a register, and we need to provide our name here as well. So webcifar. So the error is actually handling greatly, as you can see. So now if I send it with the correct name, now you can see new user created, and we need to log in with the new user. So web, not here, here webcifar. Now if I log in with the webcifar, and here you can see if I come here, my get user info. So now here you can see the logged in user is webcifar, and if I come here in our get all task, we should see all the task, that is fine. But if I come here get user task, it is empty because there is no task which is created by the current user. And if I want to actually create a new user, new task by webcifar, and if I actually make it true or false, whatever. So if I send it, I can see a new task by webcifar, and if I want to see it in my get user task, Now we will see it. Now we will see the newly created task by the current user, which is the webcifar. So great. So for some reason we are actually getting this error. I do not know why it is not getting this function, but everything is working fine. So what I will do is I will actually reload this whole window. Let's see if it fixes the issue. So if I reload this whole window, let's see. Let's wait a minute to set up everything. Now it seems that we are having, yeah, the issue is fixed now. Weird, totally weird. Okay, so whatever, we have our get current user task up and running. So now after that, here we need to create our another router dot put. So this route will be for updating the task. So to update a task, we need to get the task ID. So for that, I need to actually get the task ID, and here what I will do is I will get the task ID. I will say after the / we are expecting a ID, so it will be task ID, and here we will actually name the function. So the name of the function will be update task, and we need to create this function in our task controller. So here export constant update task equals to, it will be async function, and request response and next will be here, and now we can actually import it here, update task. Once again, it is not actually getting it function, but that's not an issue right now. So let's actually use this function, and in the updated task, as I said, we are expecting, a task ID after the /. So come here in our updated task. So here in the function, let's create a try block, and inside that I will get the task, and I will get the task with the task ID that will be provided, that will be given in this task ID. So using that task ID, we will actually find the task. So await task dot find by ID, and here we need to provide the ID. So we will get the ID from the URL, so we can access it with request dot params, so params, and task ID. So task ID, these should be the exact same as we have here. So task ID and task ID. So once we have that, we can actually execute it. Now once we will do that, we should have a task, and if we need to actually check these tasks. If we do not have any kind of task with that given ID, we need to actually provide a error. So return, and we will return our next, where we will say create error, and in this create error we need to provide the status. So status will be 400, so status will be 404, and the message will be import create error, like that. From, we need to go to our utils, and here we have our create error. So that's it. So once we have the task, in this case what we will do, so in this case, if we have our task, in this case, first thing that we should do is we should check the user. So if the task is created by the user, so in this case, let's say that task dot user dot toString, and we will check it with the request dot user dot id. So this is the request dot user dot id that is actually coming from the payload, and this is the user id which is coming from the task. And if these two match, which means it is actually created by the current user, but if it doesn't match, in this case we should return something. So return, we should return the next, and where we should create error, and here I will say status for 1, and I will say with the message, it's not your task, like that. So that's it. And after that, if it match with the user, then what we'll do, so in this case we will update the task. So let's say that constant updated task equals to, we'll say await, just like we did before in our user, we will update our task. So find by id and update, and here we need to provide the id. So request dot params dot task id, and we need to provide the title. So title will be request dot body dot title, and we also need to provide the completed, and request dot body dot completed, and also new will be true. Now it will actually update the task, and it will return the task, and now we should just response it. So let's return it, return res.status 200, and the JSON will be the updated task, just like that. So one thing, so once we do that, after that, here in our catch block, if we have any kind of error, we will actually pass it to our next, and we should return it, and that's it. No, we have this extra parenthesis. So that's it. Now we are actually done here. So let's actually go through one more time what we are doing here. So first of all, whenever we will update our task, first thing that we will do is we will find the task with the given id. So when we will get the task, we will check if task is available. In this case, we will go further. If the task is not available, in this case we will say no task found, and we will return. And after that, if task is available, we will check the user. If task.user is actually matched with our request.user.id, in this case it is actually created by the current user. But if it doesn't match, what it means is it is not the current user's task. In this case, it shouldn't be updated, and we will return it with this error, it is not your task. But if it matches with the user and the request.user.id, and in this case we will update the task, and we'll return the updated task with the status 200. So that's what we will do here, and I think everything is fine. So we are having an error here, so let's see. So create error, it is not actually, we are not getting it. So in our task, okay, it is not getting it because we are not providing the full name with the extension. So if I save it, now it is actually getting it. So now let's test it. So in our insomnia, let's come here and update a task. So for that, let's actually duplicate this one and update task, and it will be a put, I believe. And let's check it. Actually here in our task routes, it is put, great. And here that, so we need to provide the id after the task, right? So after the task we need to provide the task id. So let's actually change the, so come here, so get user. So this is the current user's task, right? So we need to actually update that. So what we need is we need the id of the task. So copy that and paste it in our update task. And right now what we have, so right now the title is this one, the new task by webcifar, and the completed is true, and we need to change these two. So let's come here and let's say that new task by webcifar updated. and if I actually send it, now you can see new task by webcifar updated. And if I actually check it here, get user task, as you can see new task by webcifar is updated. And if I want to change the completed, let's actually make it false, and if I send that, now it is false. And if I want to check it in our get user task, I can see it is working. So great, our function is working. And after that, in our routes, we need to actually create one more, which is the delete task. Router.put, and here we need to actually delete task. So to delete a task, we need to actually make it a delete request, and also we need to have a task ID so that we can delete the specific task. And we will make a function. So let's actually come here and create the function first. Export constant delete task equals to, and async. Here we'll have the request, response, and the next. So that's it, and let's have it. So once we have this, now we can actually use it here. So first of all, we'll import it, delete task, and we need to use it here, delete task. And once we do that, now here in our delete task, we need to actually delete a task. And to delete a task, what we need to do is we need to come here and we will create a try block first of all. And same thing that I will do, we need to actually check the task. We need to get the task with the parameter that we have in our URL. So the same thing that I did in our updated task. So once we have our task, we need to check the user of the task, and also we need to check that task is available or not. So we will actually copy the same thing that we did here. So copy that and paste it. So once again, we are actually getting the task, we are checking the task is available or not. After that, we are checking the task is created by the current user or not. So if this three thing is actually right, in this case we will go ahead and delete the task. So for that, I will say await task dot find by ID and delete, and here I will say request dot params dot task ID, and that's it. So it will go ahead and delete our task. And what I will do is I will return res.json, or you can provide the status. By default it is 200 I think, and JSON will be task deleted successfully, like that. And if we have any kind of error, in this case we will return it in our next error here. So that's it. Now we have our delete task ready, and come here, let's actually try it. So let's duplicate this one, or let's duplicate this one, and let's say delete task. And if I create that, now we have our delete task, and let's actually change the method and make it delete. And like the updated, we are expecting a task ID here. So let's come here, and we already have a task ID, which is the task ID of this task. So this one, AA2. So here it is. So if we want to delete that, we don't need to pass anything here. So if we want to delete that, we will just send it. You can see task deleted successfully. And if I come here, get user task, and if I send it, now it should be deleted. Yes, there is no task now. And if I want to actually create a new task, come here and let's create it with the same task title. Now we have one. Now if I come here in our get user task, now we have our task, and like the same, we can actually delete it with the ID. Just copy the ID in our delete task and paste the ID here, and that's all. it is deleted. Great. So this is it for our all the task routes. Now we have all of them. So now after that, let's work on our front end, and for that, in our root directory, let's get a directory with the name of front end. So I can say mkdir front end, and it will create a new directory here, as you can see, and it is an empty directory. So let's go to inside this, so front end, and inside that we will create our front-end application. So for that, to create the react.js application, we will use Vite.js, and for that I can say npx I think npm create bit at latest. So this is the command, npm create bit at latest, and after that the project name, I want to actually create the project in the current directory, so that's why I will say for dot and /, and after that we will choose the framework. We will use React here, and we will not use React TypeScript, we will use only React, and that's it. So now you can see in our front end folder we have all of the packages for our front-end application. And here if I open our package.json, this is the package.json, and let's also install all the other packages that will be needed in this project. So in our front end we will be using npm install, and the package name is axios, and beside that .env and moment. We do not need .env actually, so let's remove that. And after that we have moment, and beside that react hot toast and react icons like that, and react router DOM. So that's all. These are the packages that will be required, so let's install those. So here axios for our HTTP request, moment to work with our date. So after that we have react hot toast, which will help us to do some notification, I will show you, and react icons for our icon, and react router DOM to create some routes. So once we are done installing this, after that we also need to install our ESLint in the front end as well. So let's actually do that. So for that I will run npm init at eslint/config, and I think before that we need to install eslint as a dev dependency. So first of all install eslint as a dev dependency, and after that we can say npm init at eslint/config. So once we do that, we will see the same questions that we had in our backend. So first of all, let's actually select to check the syntax, find problems, and enforce code style. And we will use import export, and here we will use only React and no TypeScript. This will be for our browser, and we will use popular style guide, and we will use Airbnb, and the format of our config file will be JavaScript. So that's all. Once we do, we can see yes, I want to install all of this, and we will use npm to install this. So it will go ahead and install all of the packages, and that's it. So once it is done, we will see all the packages are installed, and also in our in our eslint.rc we will see all of the roles and ESLint config file. So here especially we need to do a little bit more. So here in our plugins we need to add React hooks, and beside that we also need to add two more style for our React hooks. So here if you search for React hook rules, after that in your React documentation you will find these two rules. So these are required to work with React hooks. So you need to actually add React hooks in your plugin, and after that you need to add these two rules in your ESLint rules object. So here we have it. So now it is ready to work. So now once we are done here, after that we can start working in our source folder. So let's clean up. So right now we have lots of files in our source. So let's actually delete everything except this main.jsx. So delete everything, just keep main.jsx where we have our entry point for our application. So in our front end right now we do not have these two files, so let's also remove that. And finally let's create this application, and for that in our source folder let's create a new file with the name of app.js. So JSX here. So here you need to actually make sure that you are using the JSX file extension. So make sure about that whenever you are using Vite.js. You need to actually make the file extension JSX if you are using JSX inside the file. So that's it. So now in our app.js, I will just create a component. So RFCE, and this is our app. So here I just used a shorthand to create this functional component quickly, and for that I installed this package. So if you want to do the same thing, you can actually install this package, and after that you can quickly create any kind of component. So right now we have this application app component, and that's what we will use here. So I want to import that, so import it, and that will be fine. And let's come here in our terminal. So we need to go inside our front end. So cd front end. So now run npm run dev, so which will go ahead and it will run our front end application in this port. So let's come here in our browser and open up this same port, localhost 5.73 in my case, so I can see my application. So that is great. So in our front end application we will not focus on any kind of style or any kind of CSS. So we will not write any kind of CSS either here. So what we will do is we will copy all of the CSS from our source code. I will show you. So that's it. So let's actually start this. So here in our app.jsx, first thing that I will do is I will set up my routes. So for that what I will do is here I will come here, and instead of this div I will actually create my fragments. So these are the React fragments, and inside that we will have our routes, and before our routes also set up our toaster. And this toaster is actually from our React hot toast. So I will go import toaster from, we'll go to our React hot toast. So now we have our toaster here. So now inside this toaster we need to provide some options. So here the first option that we will be using is the position. So the position of our notification will be in the top right, and after that we will be using some toast option. And here in our toast options we will send this object. Inside this object I will say a style, and for our style I will say font size will be 1.8 rem. So that's all. And once we are done in our toast, after that let's get back to our routes. So in our routes we will have individual route. So let's actually create our route. So we will have two routes. So the first route will be, so this route will be, we need to get these routes, import routes from, we need to get it from our React router DOM, React router DOM. So this one, and also we need to get our route. So routes is the singular one, so let's actually get it. And also these will be name import, so we will be using inside our curly brackets. So beside this, as I said, let's also get the route. So that's all. So now in our single route let's define our path. So whenever we will the path is actually only /, which means we wanna render the home page. So let's create the pages folder in our source folder with the name of pages here, and inside that we will have home page, home.jsx, and here let's create RFCE to create this home page, and in here let's actually use this. So we will use element, and here we will actually import the home, and this is a something like that. And beside that let's also create our edit profile route. So for that I can copy this and paste it here, and the path for this one will be edit profile, and here we will have we will create a new file, new page with the name of edit profile.js, and let's also create this function here, functional component edit profile, and let's import it, edit profile, and that's it. So we are having some issues. So this is the error that I actually mentioned in the beginning. So we need to actually make sure that we are using JSX as a file extension whenever we are using JSX in the file. So make sure about that. So once you do that, it should be fine now. So here is one thing we are doing wrong. So we are using directly routes. So this should be wrapped with a browser route. So what I will do is I will go ahead in my main.jsx, where I will actually wrap my whole application inside this browser routes, which will be from our React router DOM. So let's import this first of all. So import browser router from our React router DOM, and we will use it here, and we will wrap our whole application with that. So now I think it should be fine. So now if I come here in our application, I can see home, and if I actually come here, edit profile, and I can see my edit profile text. So beside these two routes, we will also need another route, and this one will be for our authentication. So I will actually say /auth for our path, and for our element we will also need to create a new page with the name of auth.jsx, and here I will create a component, and I will use this component here. So I'll say auth. So like that, now we have auth, and that's what also we need to import, and that's it. So now we have this auth. So here now we have these three routes, and we have our auth. So we have this misspell, auth should be like that. So we have authentication, we have our home page, and we have our edit profile. So now once we have our three routes, after that we need to actually protect these two. So the home route and the edit profile route should be a private route. So now let's actually make the private routes. So for that, in our source, let's get a new folder and name it components, and inside the components we will be creating our private route. So let's actually create private routes.jsx, and here we will have our private route. So now here in our private route we can actually create a functional component, so rfce. So here in this functional component, and for now let's actually have a constant auth, and the value will be false, and later in our project we will actually make it dynamic, but for now let's actually keep it like that. And here we will have our check. So if our auth, if it is undefined, so if it is undefined, which means our auth is not loaded, so in that case we will say return, we will return this string where we will say loading, and we will keep it like that. And after that, if it is not undefined, which means it can be true or false, so that's what we will check. So let's remove this, and instead of that let's check our auth here. So auth, if it is true, which means we are authenticated, and in this case we will actually show our outlet. So outlet, otherwise, so else if it is false, we will navigate to our auth route. So navigate, so this navigate component will be from our React router DOM, and here inside that I will say 2 will be our authentication, like that. So now all we are doing here is we are checking our auth. So based on our auth value, we will show loading, or we will show our outlet, or we will navigate to our auth page. So now let's actually use this private route. So here in our app.jsx, let's create a route, and this is the route which will wrap all the private route. So now we have this route which is actually basically wrapping these two routes that should be private. So now here we will say the element that we want to actually use is the private route. So private route, and we need to make it a component, like that. So now whenever we will hit any of these two, first of all it will go to inside our private route, and here it will check. So if our auth is true, then it will actually show the route based on our actually path. It will show this one or that one, but before it will go to the route, it will check our authentication, and based on authentication it will go further or it will go to the navigate auth. So that's how we can create any kind of private routes in our React router DOM. So now let's actually make this auth variable dynamic. So right now we are actually hard coding false, but we need to actually make it dynamic, and for that we will use a hook. So let's actually create our custom hook in our source folder. Let's get a new file, not file, it is a folder. So let's get a new folder with the name of hooks, and inside this folder we will have our custom hook, which is the useauth.js. so useauth.js, so this will be our custom hook. So here first thing that I will do is I will export default, and here we'll have our function. So in this function we will check our auth. So for that let's actually create a auth variable, and this will be our user state. So here let's also have the set auth, and here I will say use state, and let's make it like that. So now we have these two variables, and after that we will have our function to verify the auth. So constant verify auth, and we will say here it will be a async function, and inside this function we will actually hit our route. So let's make this right. So now here inside this function we will try to get the auth status. So how we can actually get that? We can get that by hitting this route. So await, and here we will use axios for that, axios.get, and here we will hit /API/auth. And if you remember, let's go back to our backend for a little moment. So here in our routes, and here inside the auth we have this route, do you remember? So is logged in, so which will return us true or false based on our current authentication status. So let's actually get that. So I will say is logged in. So after that let's actually return the data. So here I will say return, I will say res.data, and after that if we have any kind of error, so we'll catch that, and we will console log the error, console.log the error, and that's it. And one thing I will also do is if we have any kind of error, in this case I will also return false as our authentication status. So here we also need to get the axios. So let's get here and import axios from, we need to get it from our axios. And beside that one thing here, if you notice, we are not allowed to use console log in our project. So this is a ESLint error. So let's actually remove this error. So let's copy the role name, and after that in our ESLint RC file we can actually say we want to use console log here. So let's actually remove this. So now we can use it. So now we have this verify auth function which will hit this route, and based on our authentication status it will return true or false, and that's what we want to actually set inside this auth. So let's actually do it with a use effect. So use effect, and here inside the use effect, so here we need to call this verify auth function, which is an async function. So that's why what we need to do is we need to create this self invoking function which will immediately invoke. So here inside the function now we can actually create our anonymous function. So let's actually create it. So async, and this will be anonymous, so there will be no name for that. And inside that now we can actually call our await. So constant data equals to await, and call the function verify auth, and that's all. So now we can come here and say set authentication, and we can set the data here. So that's all. So also what you can do, you can actually directly call this function inside here instead of doing it outside of our use effect. So whatever you prefer, you can do that. So after that let's return our authentication from this hook. So that's all. So from this hook what we will expect is we will expect a true or false based on our login or based on our authentication status. So it will not work right now, because whenever we will hit this route, it will not hit our backend. So the backend is running on port 8000 right now. The front end is running on port 3000, if you remember, not 3000, the port 5173. So to hit the route properly, what we need to do is we need to use a proxy. So for that, in our Vite.js, let's go to our bitconfig, and here we need to set up our proxy so that all of our routes hit properly. So first thing that I will do in this file is I will disable our ESLint. So here I will say ESLint disable, and it will disable ESLint for our file. And after that, to create a proxy, here I will say server, and inside the server we have our proxy. So proxy, and here inside the proxy I will say all the route that will start with /API. What I will say, all the routes that will start with /API, I will actually set a proxy for those. So I will say target, and the target will be our localhost 8000 where our backend is running. So HTTP, and here I will say localhost 8000. So that's it. Now it should be fine. Now our proxy will be okay. So now whenever we will actually use our Axios to hit any of the routes like we are doing here, so instead of hitting localhost 3000, now it will check if the route is actually starting with our /API. If it starts with /API like we are checking here, it will change the target and make it localhost 8000. So that's what we need here. So after that, we can actually use this use auth in our private routes. So let's come here in our private routes. So in our private routes, let's remove this, and instead of that, let's actually use our custom hook. So I will say constant auth. So this auth will be from our use authentication, and this use auth will be from our hooks /use auth. So that's all. And now if I save that, so now let's come here in our application. Right now here you can see we are inside the auth. So if I actually hit the /, which means if I want to go to our home page, still we cannot actually go to our home page because right now we are logged, we are not logged in. So that's why it is actually navigating us to the auth page. And if I try to go to our edit profile page, still it is actually protecting the edit profile page, and it is actually navigating us to the auth page, so which is great. So now we can actually go inside of our project and create all the pages. So after that, let's actually create a layout for our page. So here in our components, let's create a layout.jsx, and this will be our layout. And for the layout, we will also need some CSS. So let's get a new file with a name of layout.module.scss. So just remember the name layout.module.scss. You can actually go to the source code of our project, and from where you can copy the CSS of this file. I will just paste it. I will not write any kind of CSS in this project. I will use it like that. So now we have this CSS, and let's go back to our layout.jsx. So in our layout.jsx, let's get a functional component where we will have our main. So we will have this main tag, and inside this main tag we will render our children. So children, and here I will also use it children like that. So also here in our main we will have a class. So let's have a class name, and this class name will be coming from our module CSS, so which is the layout. So import classes from, so we will use layout.module.scss like that. So now once we have the classes, now we can use it here, and here only one class that we will use, which is the classes dot, and the name of the class is the container, and that's all. And here also we have this error, which is the ESLint error, which is for our prop types. So we will not check any kind of prop types in this project, so let's actually turn it off. So copy the name here and go to the role and just turn it off. So once you do that, it will not show the error. So right now we have this layout, and to use the layout, let's actually go to our home page. Actually, let's go to our authentication page. So this is the first page that we will work on. So here in our auth page, right now we have this text only. So what I will do is I will remove this text, and instead of that I will have my layout. So layout, and this is a component. So let's have this like that, and inside that we will have our login and register form. But before that, let's actually wrap everything inside a div, and inside this div we will have our login and register form. So in our component, let's quickly create these two files, login and register form. So inside of our components, let's create a new folder with the name of auth, and inside this auth we will have our login. So login.jsx, and here rfce to create a functional component, and also in our auth let's also create a new file with the name of register. So these are the component, and here also create a functional component. So now once we have this, now come here in our auth page and let's use that. So login component, and this login component should be from our components, and also we will have our register, and this will be also from our components. So once we have this login and register, and we have this says not found, do you want to install it? Error, because we are not having our preprocessor dependency SAS. So we are using SAS, but we are not having the package for our SAS. So let's actually have our package. So let's install it. So in our front end, let's install npm install -d for our dev dependency, and the name of the package is the SAS, and install it. So install a SAS in your dev dependency. So here we have now SAS. So now it should be fine. Now if I come here in our auth file, auth page I mean, so right now it is fine, no error. And if I want to actually see that, let's come back to our page and refresh, and we have this SAS issue right now. So let's actually close the server and rerun the server once more, and if I come here and if I log in, as you can see it is working. Now we are seeing our auth page, and inside the auth page we have our login and register. Great. So we are having our login and register, and we have this div which is actually wrapping these two, and here in this div we want some style. So for the style, let's actually create a new file in our page with the name of auth style. So I will say auth.module.scss like that, and inside that we will have our style for this. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and now we can use that. So I will import that style. So import a style or classes from auth.module.scss like that, and we will use this class here. So class name, and here I will say not like that, we need to use this parenthesis curly brackets here, and inside the curly brackets I will say classes dot form container, and that's all. So once we have that, now if I come here in our web page, I should see these two now side by side. That is what we want. So let's go back to our login now. So in our login we need to create the login form, and also we need some style for our login. So let's actually do that. So for that I will create a new file with the name of auth form.module.scss. So here in this SCSS file we will have these styles. So now let's get back to our login and let's get the login form, so using the styles that we got. So first of all, let's import the styles. Import classes from the file that we created. So it is the auth form.module.scss like that. So now we have that auth form.module. So we have this mistake. So in the name it should be module, so module like that, and now it should be fine. So now here in our login file, login component, instead of having this, I will just say I will have a div where I will have a class name with the classes dot register, like that, and inside that we will have our h1, which will have a title. So I will have a class name, so classes dot title, and inside the title we will have the login text. So register, let's have the proper spell. So once we have this title, now if I come here in our application, I can see this large title login. So great. And also after that we will have our form. So after the h1 we'll have our form where we'll have some class. We'll not have any kind of action. So the class we will have is classes dot auth form, and here inside the form we will have our label. So inside the label we will have HTML4. So for our login we will have two fields, login email and password. So for our label we will have email as a text, and inside the label we will have the input as well, where it will be a type text, not type text, it will be email actually. And inside that we will have our name, which will be email as well, and after that we will have placeholder, which will be email, and finally it will be a required field. So that's it. And after that we will have another label here, which will be for our password, and inside that we will have password as a text, and inside that we will have our actual input, where we will have type password, and also this is the type password and name password, and placeholder will be password as well. And this is a required field, so required. And here I have a mistake, so this will be in double quote because I am using double quote here. So now we have these inputs, and if I come here I should see this email and the password. And right now this is why huge, I do not know. So right now we are not having any kind of global style, and that's why we are not having the perfect font, and also the font size is huge. So let's have the global style quickly. So here in our source we will have a new folder with the name of styles. Inside that, so inside these styles we will have our global.scss. so global.scss, like that. So this is not a module, this is only just a global.scss, so which we need to just import. So paste it here, and in our main.jsx we can actually use this. So in our main.jsx, just come here and import the global file. So import, and it will be imported from styles, and we have our global.scss, like that. So now we should have our font, and also the font size should be in a good size. So great. So now if I come here and if I want to see that, as you can see, now we have the font, and also it is looking good with right font size. So great. So now we have our login form, and let's also go back to our register and create the register form as well. So for our register it will be almost similar. So instead of this div I will have another div where I will have a class name of. So we need to import the style. So import classes from, so we will be importing our classes from auth form dot module dot scss, like that. And here we will have the classes right now. So the classes will be classes dot register, and here inside that we will have h1 where I will have the classes of classes dot title, and this will be like that, and the title will be register. And after that we will have our form, and we will not have any kind of action. We will have a class here. So we will have classes dot auth form, like that, and inside this form we'll have our actual form. So let's have a label, and this will be for our name, and inside that let's have a name as a text, and also an input Here I will have type will be text and name will be name, and it will be for our placeholder I will say full name, and here it will be a required field, so like that. Let me check my OBS. So my OBS is fine, so let's get back to our form. So after the first level we will have our email, so let's actually change it email, and also the type will be email, and email as well here, and this will be just mail, like that. So the last one will be for our password. So we have our password, and it will be type password, and name will be password as well, and placeholder will be password. And here let's also change this text, the label, to password, and this one to our email. So that's all. So if I come here in our project now I should see this second form, which is for our register. So this is our login form, and this is our register form. So first of all, let's work on our register form functionality. So to register a user, what I will do is I will create a function with the name of register, and here we'll have async function actually. So async, and in this function we will actually so inside this function we will register a user. So this function will be called whenever we will submit this form. So here in our form I will say on submit we will actually call this function register. So that's all. So that's it. Now inside this register function, let's actually create this gap here. So in our register function we will, first thing that I will do is I will do the e.prevent default. So prevent default, like that. So now once we have this, after that I will have my user. So let's actually create a user. All the fields should be available here. So name will be e.target. So e.target.name.value. So same will be for our email, and here we should have the email, and same will be for our password. Like that. So now we have our user, and after that using this user we will actually hit our register route. So let's do that. So try, and here we will hit our register route. So await and axios.get, it will be post request actually. So post, and after that if I come here and /API/auth/register, and here for our body I will pass this user that we created, and that's all. And after that if it is a success, then I will say toast.success. so we will show a success notification here. I will say register completed or register success. Register successful. And if we have any kind of error, what I will do is I will get the error, and here I will just say console.log the error, and we said that I will also have this toast message where I will have an error. So this will be type error, and here I will say register failed, and that's all. And right now it should work, and to check that we should run our backend as well. So the backend server is not running right now, so let's actually open a terminal. So in this terminal in the top we are actually running our front end. So in our backend, so let's go to our backend in this new terminal. So cd backend, and in our backend I will run my server. So npm run dev, so it will open up our backend server. So it seems that something is wrong here in our backend. So here we have an error in our backend. So it is saying that something is already running in port 8000. So let me actually close whatever is running in port 8000. So now it should be fine. So now if I actually close this and rerun this, now it should be fine. Now our server is running at port 8000. So now which means all of our routes should be received in our backend server. So let's actually test it. So come here in our this register form and come here and open up. Let me actually do it like that. So open up the network tab from your console or from your dev tool and actually see. And one more thing I actually forgot to do is we do not have any kind of submit button for these two forms. So let's quickly add the submit button here. And for that, after the level, we will have a line break, and after that we will have our button, which will be type submit, and here we will have this register, and the same will goes to our login form. So come here in our login after the last level, let's have a line break and just have the button, and this time the text will be submit or login. So now if I come here in our project or in our front end, I can see these two nice buttons. So let's actually try to register a new user. So I will say test, and after that for the email, test@example.com, and the password will be 123. And also beside that, let's also open this network tab from your DevTool, and if you now hit the register, okay, I can see the registration is failed and we are having this bad request. So it is actually hitting our backend. I can see it in our backend terminal. Here you can see we are having this error. So the name, email, password is required. So in our request, if I come here in our request, I can see the only thing it is actually getting is the name, not the email, not the password. Why it is like that? So let's actually test it out. Okay, I think I got the answer. So for our email, we are also using okay, so this is a big mistake. So here you can see for the email it should be e.target.email.value, and here also it should be password.value. Now it should be fine. Now if I come here in our front end, now let's actually delete everything, and also make sure that you are, instead of having all the requests, let's only have the only XHR, which will be the request for our backend. So if I actually hit the register one more time, now you can see the register is successful, and if I open this request, I can see everything is fine, and we are actually sending this body, and also as a response we are getting the response to 101, and also the message is new user is created, which means our new user is created. And if I want to actually check that, I can actually come here in our MongoDB database directly and actually see show DBs and use task recording, and I want to actually see the users. So db.users.find, and if I do that, I can see the newly created user, the test, and email is the test@example.com, so which is our newly created user. So great. So now let's work on our login. So whenever we create a new user, after that we should log in with the newly created user. So here in our login component, I will actually create a new function for our login functionality. So let's actually do it here. Constant login, and here in our login, I will say it will be async function, and inside this function, so we'll call this function whenever we'll submit our login form. So in our login form, let's say on submit, just call the function login. So great. So inside that, first thing that I will do is e.prevent default, and now after that we will get our email and the password from the form. So constant email equals to e.target. email.value, and we will get the same thing for our password like that, and here password. So now we have our email and password, and using these two we can log in. So try, and after that I will say await and axios.get, or this will be post actually, so post, and we will hit the /API/auth/login, and here I will say, so after that we need to pass our email and password. So in this object, let's pass the email and the password. So now it will actually hit our this route and with the body of email and password, and once if it is a success, I will actually navigate to our home page. So navigate to the home page. Otherwise, if it is if there is any kind of error, not else, it will be catch block. So if there is any kind of error in this HTTP request, I will actually console log the error, console.log the error, and that's all. So now we should have this login functionality. So now if I come here in our home page, and now let's actually log in with the newly created user. So the email is test@example.com and password is 123, and after that if I hit our login, and before that I want to actually make sure that in our storage, if I come here in our storage, I can see the cookies. Right now for our this localhost we do not have any kind of cookies, but if I hit enter, if it is a success, then it will create a cookie here. So let's come back to our network tab and let's see. So if I hit enter, there is something wrong. So in this newly created, okay, so you can see the password is incorrect. Okay, I can see the password is incorrect. So let's actually do a valid password and let's try one more time. So now we have the 200 success login, and if I open that, I can see login success. And if I want to check my cookies, let's go back to our storage, and here in our storage I can see we have a newly created access token, so which is our cookies. So inside the cookies, just check the localhost and you should see the newly created cookie. So great, but the problem is it is not navigating us to the home page. But why? So let's try one more time what is wrong here. So in our console I can see there is an invalid hook call. Oh, I think I know what is the problem. So the problem is we are using navigate, so this is not the navigate that we want to use. So in our login, the navigate should be the use navigate, and from this use navigate, so from this use navigate we will get our navigate. So constant small n navigate, and which will be coming from use navigate, and that's what we should use here, a small n navigate. So now it should be fine. Now if I come here and try to do the same thing one more time, if I log in 1 2 3, and if I log in, as you can see right now we are in our home page. Great. And there is no message for our login. So let's actually do a toast message, toast.success, and here I will say login success, and if it is a error, then I will say toast.error, and I will say login failed. If you want to handle error more precisely, you can actually go to the error and check the status, and based on that you can provide different kind of status and different kind of message, but I will actually leave it like that for now. And come back here and let's actually log out. So for now we can log out just removing the cookie that we have in our browser. So remove the cookie from the localhost, and now if I refresh, it will go back to the auth because we do not have any kind of cookie, which means we are not logged in. So let's log in with the newly created user 1 2 3, and if I try to hit login, if I come here in our network tab and if I log in, I can see login successful message, and also these are all the request, which first one is the login and the second one is the is login, which is true, and we can see now we are in the home page. And one thing I am noticing is that the font size of our toast message is actually a lot smaller. So come here in our main.jsx, where we are setting up, not main dot, it is app.jsx, where we are setting up the font size. So here you can see in our toast options, we are not having a correct spell, so we just misspelled this font size, so have this font size like that. Now it should work. So let's close everything, and now we have our authentication page is ready. After that we will work on our home page. So let's come back to our home page. So pages and home. So right now it is an empty page and we need to work on this. So in our home page we will have our navigation and the task list. So let's have the navigation first of all. So instead of having this, let's have the navigation, and we will have everything inside of our layout. So let's have the layout, and let's also import it. Okay, let's have the correct name actually, and import that. Still not having the auto import layout, just import it manually. So layout from components / layout, like that. So once we have the layout, inside the layout we will have our navigation and the task list. So to create the navigation inside of our components, let's create a new folder with the name of nav. So now let's create a new file inside this nav folder with the name of navbar.jsx, and here rfc to create a function component, and let's use it here in our home page. So nav and bar, so import that, and that's all. So now we have this, and let's go back to our navbar. So in our navbar we need also the css, so let's have a file for that. So I will name it navbar.module.scss, and in this file we will have some css. Just paste it here, and now import this css here. Import classes from, we will go to our navbar.module.scss, like that. So now in our navbar we can use that. So let's remove this div, and here we will have a header. So inside this header we will have a div, and inside this div we'll have our user info. So let's have a class as well here. So classes dot user info, and inside this we will have our user info. So right now we do not have any kind of user info, so let's actually create a new function where we can fetch the user information. So let's create a constant get user, like that, and here inside the function this will be a async function, and here inside this function we will fetch the user. So constant the data will be, so await and axios dot get, and we will hit /api /user/me, and we will set the user. So we will actually create constant user and set user using our user state, and here we will have null for now, and that's it. So we will set the user once we fetch it. So here I will say set the user with the data that we got. So that's all. And also in our catch I will have, so if any kind of error is happening I will just console log it, console log the error. So that's all. And we need to import axios, import axios from axios, and we need to use this. So right now nobody is calling this function, so we need to call this function in our use effect. So here in our use effect I'll call this. So inside this use effect I will just say get the user, and it will be for only one time. So I will just make a empty dependency. So now once we have the user in this constant I can actually use it. So here I will say div inside this div we will have a h1, where I will have a class name of classes dot and name, and here I will actually make the username user.name like that. And we will do the same thing for our email. So I will show the email here as well. So user email, great. So now once we have these two information, after that we will have a link for our edit. So link, so this will be from our React Router DOM, and here we will say we will link to our edit profile. So edit profile like that, and the text of this link will be edit. And also here let's have a class name. The class name that I want is the classes dot edit button, and we need to import this edit. So come here in the top and import link from React Router DOM. So that's all, and now we should have everything fine. So if I come here in our home page, if I refresh, something is wrong here. It is not getting this navbar. So if I come here in our home page, I should have this navbar, right? So it seems that it is not calling our get user. So if I refresh this, so there is no call for our get user. So why it is happening? So we can see in our use effect we are calling this, and now it should call this try. Let's come back to our console if there is an error. So in our console I can see clearly there are lots of errors. So cannot access the property name because the user is null. And here okay, I see what is happening. So whenever it is actually rendering, it is actually coming here and try to find the user.name, but in the initial case there is no user. The value of our user is null, so that's why it is actually giving us the error. What I can do is I can check for our null. So if our user is not here, means if it is a null, then I will return null from this function. So that's what it needs. And if I come here now and try to refresh this, now one thing is gone, and we are having another issue, which is the 404 status. So the new error is that we are not getting this /me. So why? So here I can see we have the axios/get api/user/me. So it is users, I think, so that's why we are not getting it. So let's now try it. So now we can see our test email and the link. So now it is getting the me, as you can see, 200 status, which means it is getting the route, and it is getting back the name and the email. So great. So now we need to add an icon. So we are having this div, and also this div is not actually doing anything, so it is not wrapping the whole div. So we should wrap everything inside this div. So let's actually make the closing here for this div, and we have it now properly. And inside this div, before our information, we will have an icon. So I will use fa user alt, and here I will have a class name, and the class name will be, we will say classes dot user icon, and that's all. So we need to import this from our React icons. So let's do that. So import this fa icon from React icons/fa, and if I do that, now if I come here in our page, I can see this icon and it is looking good. So now we can see our name and the email. So after that, we should have the task list, and before that I want to also have a logout button here. So let's have the logout button in our navigation. So after our this div where we have user info, after that div, let's create another nav where we'll have only one button. Inside the button we will have a text logout, and here in our logout button, I will say the type will be button, and also beside that the class name will be classes dot logout. like that. And also on click we will have a function, so we will create this function handle logout. So let's get this function handle logout to log out our user. So constant handle logout, and in this function we will call our logout, we will hit our logout route. So to log out, let's actually create a try block. Here I will say await axios dot get, and we will hit our logout route. So API slash auth slash logout, if you remember. And if it is a success, after that we will say set user null, and also beside that we will have a toast message here. So toast, and I will say toast dot success, and the message will be user logged out, like that. And we need to make sure that it is an async function. And after that, here in our catch, if there is any kind of error, I will just console log it, console log the error, and that's all. And here we need to import this toast, which will be from our react hot toast import. So here import toast from react hot toast. So that's all. So this should be inside of our curly brackets, I think. So inside of our curly brackets, now we should have this toast. So now if I come here in our page, I can see this logout, and if I actually click this logout, it should clear out this cookie. And also we should navigate to our authentication after the logout. So let's also do that. So after the toast message, let's also navigate. So navigate, so this should be coming from use navigate. So let's do it here, constant use navigate, and constant navigate from use navigate. So this will be coming from use navigate, and we will get this use navigate from our react router DOM. So now we can use this navigate, and using this navigate we can go to our auth. So now once we are successfully logged out, we will navigate to our auth as well. So come here in our application and try to log out. Now here you can see in our cookies, we do not have any kind of cookies, it is removed, and we are logged out to our authentication page. And if I come here in our if I try to access in our home page, it is actually redirecting us back to our authentication page because there is no cookies. So let's try it one more time. So come here and logged in 1 2 3 and do it. Now we are login success. Great. So it is looking good. So now in our home page, after the navbar, let's create the task list. So for that, in our controller, in our front end, in our components, we need to create a folder with the name of task. And here inside the task, we will have our task list, task list.jsx. So here we will have the task list. So for our task list, we also need some CSS. So let's get a new file with the name of task list.module.scss. So here we will have all the CSS for our task list. So paste it. Now we can actually use these CSS in our task list. So let's actually import this. First of all, let's get a functional component, and beside this react import task list from we need to import the classes. So we need to import the classes from, so the name of the file is the task list.module.scss, like that. So now we have our classes, and now we can use those. So first thing that I will have is in our task list, we will have a user state where we will actually store our list. So constant we'll set task list and set task list, and we will use state. And here for our initial case, it will be an empty array. and we need to import our user state from the React. So after that we need to get our task. So for that, let's create a new function, constant get task, and it will be an async function. And in this function we will have our we'll fetch the task from our backend. So let's say that constant the data equals to Axios. We will use Axios here, and for that let's await the request, and Axios dot get, and after that the path will be /API /task /my task. So that's it. And after that we can actually set the data in our task list. So set task list, and we will do it. And here we will not directly store it, we will sort the list first of all. So to sort that, I will say data dot sort. So we will sort it with the date, so with the created date. So I will say here A and B, and here I will say new date and B dot created date minus new date, same, and here I'll say a dot created date. So based on our created at, it will actually sort our data, and the newest task item will be in the top. So once we do that, we will actually set it in our task item like we are doing here. And after that, let's go to our catch block here. So in our catch block, if there is any kind of error, in this case I will just console log the error, and that's all. So now we have this task list which will get all the tasks, and we'll set this task in our this task list state. So great. So now we need to run this function. Right now it is not doing anything, so to run that I will use use effect. So here in our use effect I will call this function. So the function name is get task, like that, and here we will do it only once. So that's why this empty dependency array. So that's it. After that we need to actually use our task list, and using that we can actually show the task. So for that, let's actually remove this, and here in our return, instead of this I will create a div, and inside that we will have another div with the class of so we'll create the class here. So class name, and it will be classes dot top bar, and inside this div we will have the button, and inside that we will, so the type of this will be the button, and here we'll have the class name. The class name will be classes dot, we need to remove this and make, so classes dot add new. So this will be our add new button, so I will get back to it later, but for now let's actually create the button. So add new, and do we have the classes? Okay, I have this misspell, so classes, like that. So now if I have that, I can see here if I refresh, we are not actually seeing that because we are not using it. So let's actually use this task list in our home page. So pages home.jsx, and use our task list here dot, and if I import that, I should see at least the button. So here it is, add new button. Great. So now in our task list we need to create the list, the actual task list. So for that, here I will say if the task list dot length, do we have the misspell here? Okay, I have the misspell, so let's make it task list with correct spell here, and also use that. So task list dot length, if the length is more than 0, which means if we have any kind of task in this list, in this case I will show the table. So here inside the table we will actually have our task. So in our table we will have some class. So I will say classes dot task list dot, sorry, task list slash table, like that, and inside that we will have our table body, so T body, and inside our table body we will have our individual task item. So inside of our this table body I will have my task list dot map, so we'll map through the list, and for our individual task we will return this h1 for now. So I will say task. For now let's have the title only, like that. So after that, here you can see we are actually checking for our length. If length is more than 0, then we will show it, but if length is 0 or less than 0, if it is 0, then I will just say no task found, like that. So now no task found, and now if I come here in our website, I should see no task found, because with the correct user we do not have any kind of task. So let's actually log out, and instead of that we will use my previously created account, and I believe that in here we will have some tasks. So now we have 3 tasks and we can see the title of them. Great. So instead of having the title only, what I will do is I will create a separate component to show the single task. So for that, here let's create a new file with the name of task item.jsx. So also we need to create a CSS file for this task item. So let's create a task item.module.scss. So task item.module.scss, and here in our task item we will have some CSS. So copy that and paste it here, and after that in our task item RFCE to create a function component, here I will import the classes first of all. So task item.module.scss, like that. So once we have that, after that here in our task item I will actually get our individual task from our parent. So once we have our individual task from our parent, I will show the task, and here inside this div I will actually make it table row, and in our table row I will have a class name. So the class will be classes dot task item, and inside that we will have table data, and the first table data will be our task name. So I will have a class name here and classes dot task name, and here I will have my task name, and for that beside our task name we also want to have a checkbox. So let's actually make that. So we will have a div where I'll have a class name of classes dot checkbox, and beside that we'll have on change. I will actually not do it right now, but I will do it later. So inside this div we will have an input with the type of checkbox. So here inside that input I will have my checked variable. This checked will be from our this task. So I will actually create a state for that, because we need to work on this our checked in this component. So I will create a state here. So is completed and set is completed, and I will make it with use state, use state, like that, and the initial use state value will be task dot is completed, like that, which is coming from our parent, as you can see. So great, now we can use it here. So is completed will be our value for our checked, and that's it. And after that also let's say that tab index will be -1. So tab index -1, because we do not want to have our focus on this input. Instead of that I will have my focus or on change in this div. So that's why tab index will be -1. And also here I will say it will be a read only, and that's it for now. And after this div, or after this whole checkbox, I will have my paragraph where I will have my title. So I will say task dot title, and if I save that, and if I come here in our project and refresh, right now we are not seeing that. So let's actually come here in our task list. Instead of this h1, let's use our task item, where I need to pass this task, and we also need to import it. And for our key, we can use task.id_id. So here you can see once again we are actually facing this ESLint error for our this underscore. So we do not want to have this role of our CSS ESLint actually. So copy the name of the role, and after that in our ESLint role we can just turn it off. I will just turn it off like that, and now we do not have this error. So great. So now if I save that, after that if I come here in our website, I can see we have this nice little table where I can see the checkbox, and beside that we have the name. So great. So after the name, what we want to have, I want to actually show the, if I come here in our table item, so after the name I will create another table data where I will show my status of the task. So it will be is complete or not. So if our is complete is true, in this case it is completed, so I will say completed. If it is false, in this case I will say incomplete, like that. And if I come here website, I can see incomplete. Great. And finally after that I will show my last table data, which will be a button for deleting the task. So inside our table data I will create this button where I will have my class name. So the class name that we will have is the classes.delete button, like that, and also it will be type button. So here in our button text I will have delete, like that. So if I come here, now we have our delete button. So great. So now we have our table ready, and here the first thing that I will do is I will create my on delete functionality. So right now if I click this delete button, nothing will happen, but what I want to do is whenever I'll click, it will delete our task. So here let's create our on click event. So in our on click on this delete button, I will actually delete my task. So for that I need to actually create the function. So we need to create the function in our task list component, because whenever we will delete the function, we also need to update our task list. So instead of having the delete functionality in the item, what I will do is I will have this function in our task list component. So here in our task list component, let's create the function constant delete task equals to async, and here I will actually have the ID. So we will pass the ID from wherever we will call this. So here inside that I will just try our inside of our try block I will await, and I will say axios dot get, or delete in this case, and the path will be /api /task. After that we will have our ID. So let's actually make this these backticks, and now we can use JavaScript inside this string, and here I will say the ID that we will got from our parameter. So great. So once it is done, after that we will show a success message here. So toast.success. So here I will say task deleted. So once the task is successfully deleted, after that we need to remove the task from our this task list. So let's actually set the new task list where we will delete the task list or remove the task list, or we will filter out. So we need to get the task, and here I will say the task.id. If it is not matched with the ID, then we will keep it. If it is matched with the ID, then we will filter it out. And here if in our catch block, if there is any kind of error, I will just remove the error, or I will just console log the error. So here in our catch block, if I have any kind of error, I'll just console log the error, so like we did before. So now we have this delete item, and we are having, okay, so this will be double equal. So now we have this delete task which is ready to use. What I will do is I will pass it here in our task item. Beside this task I will say delete task, so I will pass the function delete task. Now whenever we will come here in our task item, we can get this from our props. I will say delete task, and we will use it in our on click. So whenever I will click this, what I will do is I will call our delete task. So on click delete task I will call it, and also whenever we will call it, we also need to pass the ID. So I will pass the ID task.id like that. So great. Now whenever I will click this button, it should delete the item. So in our network tab, let's actually see it. So if I delete our task number 3, okay, I can see there is an error. So here I can see the problem. If you notice this delete request, the path is actually undefined, where we should have our task ID. So why it is not getting the task ID? So let's check it out. So we are actually getting the ID, and we are using it here, and here in our task delete task. And if I come here in our task list, if I come here in our task item, we are getting it. And okay, so we are not getting the task.id because it is not task.id, it is task._id. So now it should be fine. So now if I come here and let's actually try to delete this number 3 one more time. In this case we are getting a 200 request response, as you can see. So which means we successfully deleted the task. And one more thing, it is not actually removed from our UI. But why it is not getting removed? There must be something wrong in our code. So come here, set task list, and we are saying that, okay, I can see the problem. So it is having the task.id. Instead of that, it should be task._id. So now it should be fine, I think. Now if I come here in our home page, and now if I want to actually delete this, now as you can see, it is actually deleting the UI as well. So great. Now we have our delete functionality, and after that we should also have a functionality to add a new task. So here what I will do is I will have this add new button. So whenever I will click this add new button, I should have a new form to add a new task. So let's do that. So in our task list, we also need to have some mode state. So constant, and I will have is adding new, and set is adding new, and I will use user state, and by default it will be false. So whenever we are adding a new item, I will make it true, but whenever we will close the form, we will make it false. So great. And after that we also need to have another state here. It will be new task, and set new task, and here the new task title will be initially only blank. So great. Now we have these two new state. So to create a new task, we need to create this function. So let's actually create this function with the name of add new task. So constant add new task, and here it will be a async function. So inside this function we will have our prevent default. So here instead of going further in this function, first thing I will do is I will create the UI. And also we are missing something. So here we are using this event, but we are not getting it. So let's actually get this from our parameter. So now it is fine. So let's actually go back to our UI. So create the UI to add a new task. So here in our return, what I will do is I will check my is adding new. So if the value of our is adding new is true, in this case I will actually show the form. So here in this form I will get my I will get my input. So inside the form I will have my input, and here the type will be text. And also here I will have my value, so the value will be new task, and here I will say on change. What I will do is I will change my new task value. So for that I will say here set new task, and I will say e.target.value, like that. So whenever we will change the input value, it will also change the new task value. So great. So finally the placeholder will be the task title or name, whatever, and that's it. And finally we also need a button to submit the form. So the type of this button will be the submit, and here inside the button we will have this add, and that's all. And also here in our form we need some class name for our style, so I'll say classes dot add new form. And here also on submit, so whenever someone will submit this form, what I want to do, I want to call my function which we created here, add new task. So call it. So great. So that's all. And if I come here in our website, I can see we have add new, and if I click, nothing is happening. So now whenever we will click this add new button, we should actually show the form. So for that, what I need to do is I need to add an event listener in this button. So in this button I will say on click, so we need to create a function add new button click. So we need to handle this, so let's create the function somewhere here. I can say constant add new button click. So whenever someone will click this button add new, it will call this function, where inside this function we should show the form. So to show the form, all we need to do is we need to make this value true. So come here and say set is adding new to true, and that's all. And if I come here in our website, now if I click this, now we should see the form. Great. And also if I click it one more time, it should close it. So now it is not closing. So instead of having this true, what I will do is I will make it the opposite of the is adding new. So whatever the value of is adding new, I will actually flip it, or I will make the opposite value. So now if I come here, if it is already showed, it will close it. Okay, it is not doing its job. Why? Is adding new. Let's come here, let's try it one more time. So now if I click it, it is now closed. If I click it one more time, it will open the form. So now we have the functionality to toggle this form. So great. So now we need to work on this function where we are adding a new task. So whenever we will try to add a new task, so first thing that I will actually check is the task title. So we need to make sure that the new task title is more than 0. So new task dot length, the length should be more than 0. If it is less than or equal to 0, so in this case what I will do is I will actually show a message. So toast dot error, I will say task is empty, like that. And also I will return from here, I will not go further. But if it is a valid task title, in this case what I will do is I will go ahead and I will fetch our data from the backend. So what I will do is I will create a HTTP request with Axios. So await this and Axios dot, and I will make it a post request, and the path of that will be /API/task. And we need to pass our new task. Here I will just provide the title, where the title will be new task. That's all. So once it is a success, after that I will show a toast message, toast.success, where I will say new task created. So after successfully created this new task, what I will do is I will add this in our task list. So to add this in our task list, what I will do is I will say set task list, and I will get all the task list inside this array. So I will say dot task list. So it will spread all the task list that is already available, and before all the task list I should add my new task list. So I will create a new object, and also make sure that you have this comma, and inside this new object I will spread my newly created task data. So that's all. Now we have our newly created task inside this task list. So great. And also after that, the set new task value will be empty, which is the initial value, and also the set is adding new will be false, which will eventually close our form. And that's all. So if we have any kind of error in our catch block, I will just console log it like that. So come here in our front end, and let's create a new task, and if I add this new task, so now if I hit this add button, it should add a new task. So let's also check it in our network tab. So if I click that, so we can see we have a 201 and also the success toast message and newly created task. Great, which is incomplete right now. And also if I want to delete that, but before that I want to create new task. So new task now, and whenever I will add this new task, it should be in the top. So if I do that, so as I can see here, the new task now is in the top, so because it is the latest one. So that's all. And after that, if I want to delete the last one, now it is deleted and all the requests are here, and as you can see these are now 200 and 201, which means it is okay and it is successful. So final thing that I want to do here is I want to actually make sure that this checkbox is working. So right now this checkbox, it is not working. We need to work on that. So come back in our individual task item component. Here we need to work on our this table data. We have this checkbox, so work on that. So for that, first thing that I will do is I will come here in our this div where we have the checkbox, and here I will say it will be a role of checkbox, and also here I'll say area will be area checked, like that. So now once we have that, it will work as a checkbox, this div, and whenever we will check or whenever we will click, we will call a function. So on click we will call our function. So the name of the function will be the handle check box click, and we need to create this function here. So constant handle check box click, and here inside this function we will handle this click. So that is fine. And if I save it, right now we are having this error. This is an ESLint error. So here you can see we are having this error. So instead of on click, let's make it on change, which will actually solve the error, because this is a checkbox right now. This div will work as a checkbox because the role is checkbox, and instead of having on click, we can actually make it on change. So that will be fine. And here in this component also we need one more state, which is the loading state. So is loading, and I will say set is loading, and also here user state, the initial value will be the false. So now we can use this is loading. So whenever we will actually fetch our data or we will hit the route, it will take some time. In the meantime, we can actually make this is loading true, and we can actually do something with that. So what I will do here, I will say disabled will be whenever is loading is true, and I think I need to do it in here as well. So is disabled whenever is loading is true. So that's it. So now we have that. So whenever the is loading is true, now it should be disabled, this checkbox. So now come here in our handle checkbox click. So whenever I will click, what I will do, so I want to actually update my task, right? So first thing that I will do is I will make the set loading true, and after that I will actually hit my route. So await. So let's make this async because we will use await here. So async and await, I will say axios dot put, and inside that the path will be API slash task slash, and after the slash we will put our ID. So let's make this backticks, the single quote, and now here I can put my JavaScript, and inside that I will just say task dot underscore ID, and that's all. And after that we need to provide the value to update the task. So what I will do is I will say completed. So completed will be the opposite of is complete value. So that's all. And after that, once we do that, also I need to change it manually. So set is complete, so we need to change it manually here, so it will be opposite of is complete, the current value. So that's all. And finally a toast message, if everything is success, I will say task updated successfully, like that. And if we have any kind of error, I will console log it, and that's all. So now we should have our this functionality. So now if I come here and remove all the request, and if I click that, now you can see it is actually changing, the value is changing, and we have our completed. And also here you can see it is disabled, because what I did here is I added my set loading true, but we are not making the set loading false back. So what I will do after the catch, I will say finally what I will do, I will set my is loading to the false. So now it should get back from our disabled state. So now if I refresh, now if I come here and if I click this, now you can see it is working. So here we have an issue. So I just realize the issue here. So whenever we are actually setting our is complete in our initial case, we are actually getting the value from our task, right? So inside the task it is not like that, it is not is completed, it is actually task dot completed. So like the way that we actually having here. So now if I actually check it, if I actually click few more time here, whatever the state is right now, it is actually getting back the correct state after the refresh. So great. So now we are almost done. We have now delete functionality, we have the update functionality, we can create a new task item. So the next thing that I will do is I will actually work on our edit route. So we will create a form to edit our profile. So now we will work on our edit profile page. So for that we need to create a new folder in our components. So in our components, let's get a new folder with the name of profile, and inside of our profile we will have our component for this edit profile. So we will have edit profile form.jsx, and here also we also need the CSS. So let's create the new file for our CSS. It will be almost same name. So edit profile form.module.scss, and inside this SCSS file we will have all the style for our this form. So let's paste it here and come here in our edit profile form file and create a component, and inside this component, first of all import the classes from the CSS file. Edit profile form.module.scss, like that. So now we have the classes like that. So now we can use these classes. So now in our return, instead of having this text, let's remove it. And first thing that I will have is I will have my link. So this will be from our React router DOM, and here I need to provide the destination. The destination for this will be our home page, and this is a back button, and I will say class name will be classes dot back button, and we will have a icon here. So let's say that bs arrow left and short. So this is the arrow, and also we will have a text here. It will be home, and let's import those and come here and import from. We will use the React icons /bs. So after that we also need to import the link here. It will be capital L link, and it will be from the React router DOM, like that. So now we should have this button. So now if I come here, we are not having it because we are not using it in our page. So come back in our edit profile page and use this component edit profile form. So edit profile form and import it, and now we should see it. And also instead of this div, I will make it layout. So we need to import this layout from the component and layout, like that. So now if I come here in our page, I can see this home button working. So if I click that, it will take us to the home page, and if I click this edit button, it will take us to the edit page. Great. So now here we will have our form. So for the form, let's create a div here. So after the link, we will have a div, and inside this div we will have a h1, which will be the title of the page, edit profile, and we will have a form here. We will not have any kind of action here. I will have my level. So level will be also here in our form. We will have class name, so classes dot edit form, and here we will have on submit. So I will create it later. And for our level HTML4, it will be name, and we will have the name here, or we'll say full name. Once we have that, we can come here, and after that we can say the input will be, so it will be text, that is fine, and the name of that will be the name, and finally we will have the placeholder will be the full name, and beside that we also make sure that it is required, and the value for this will be our user.name. So we need to get the value for this, so I'll get back to it later. And that's it for now. So let's duplicate this level and paste it here. So this will be for our email, and here we can say the type will be email, and it will be name email, and the placeholder will be only email. And finally we need a button. So let's actually say a button will be type submit, and here we will have our save button. So also here in this label, the second one will be for email, so let's make the text email. So now if I come here in our project, I can see we have our full name and the email. So it should be automatically filled up with the current full name and the current email. So to get our current user profile info, I will use effect here, use effect, and here inside this use effect I will fetch my data. So I will fetch my data, it will be async function. So here for that I will create this immediately invoked function, and inside this function I can create async function right now, and here inside this async function we will fetch my data, and here I will say constant data equals to await and I will say axios dot get and /API /users /me. So that's it, and I will set that in my state. So let's get a new state here. So constant user and set user and user state. So here for our initial value we will create this object, and inside the object I will say name will be empty and the email will be empty as well. So that's it, and now we can actually set our user here. So set user, we will create the data, and inside the data it will be an object, so it will not be a problem because we are having an object here. So great, once we have our try block, after that if we have any kind of error we will catch it and we will log it. So great, and import our axios. Problem, as you can see, a lots of request is actually going because we are not having any kind of dependency. So let's actually make this empty dependency array, and if I save that, now it is fixed because previously what I did here is actually we are not having any kind of dependency array. So that's why it is actually sending this request every time it will render, and whenever it will send a request it will re-render and it will go on and on. So we need to make it for only after the first render. So whenever it will render the component, and after the first render it will send this request, and that's all what we want. And after that, now we have our user data and we can use it. So to use that in our input, I can say the value will be user dot name, and here the input will be, sorry, the value will be user dot email. And if I come here in our website, now you can see it is automatically filled up with the current user email and current user name. So great. And also here whenever we will change the value of these two, right now we cannot actually change the value of our this input. As you can see, I am typing, but it is not changing the value of these two because we are having directly the value here, but there is no way to change it. So to change that, we need to add a event listener on change, and inside this event listener we will call a function update user info, and we will create this user info function. So constant update user info function. So here inside the function we will update the user info. So we will have our event here, and first thing that I will do is set user and say whatever the value we have inside the user right now, it will be here. And after that we will change the e.target.name, and after that the value will be e.target.value. So let me actually make sure what we are doing here. So right now we are actually changing the name, right? So on change, whenever we will change anything inside of our this input, which is the name, it will call this function. And here what I will do is whatever the current value we have in this two, I will actually put it here. And for our name, whenever I will change it, it will be for our name. So e.target.name will be the name that we have, and the value for this key will be the name, and it will replace the current name, and the value for this key will be this thing, which will be the e.target.value, which will be the value of this input, and it will actually set it in our new and it will set it to this variable, and eventually it will actually update the name or email based on from where we are actually calling it. If we are calling it from our name, it will update the name. If we call it from our email, it will update the email. So on change, I will say update user info. So now if I come here, if I want to update our name, I can actually do that. If I want to update our email, I can do that as well. So great. So the next thing that we will do is whenever we will click this save button, or whenever we will submit this form, we should update our actual user info in the backend. So for that, what I will do is I will create a function. So now let's create the function for that, and the name of the function will be constant update user. So update user or update profile, I think that will be good, profile. And inside this function we will update our profile, and it will be an async function, and we will call this function whenever we will submit the form. So in our form on submit, we will call update profile. So now in our update profile, first thing that I will do is I will prevent the default. So e.prevent default, and after that I will go to the try block. Here I will just constant res await axios dot, it will be a put request because we will update something, and /api/users/me. And to update, we need to provide the new update info. So it will be inside of this user, so I'll just provide it here, and that's all. So if it is a success, in this case I will say toast dot success, and here we'll have a success message. So profile updated, and also we will set our user value to the newly updated value. So we will get that from our res.data. So once we update our user info, it will also return back the updated user information, and that's what we also want to actually set our new user. So that's it. And finally, if we have any kind of error, we can console log it, console.log the error, and that's. And also we need to import toast. So let's import the toast. React hot toast, like that. So now if I wanna edit my profile, I can say updated with exclamation sign and save that, new profile updated. And if I come here in my network tab, okay, let's actually close everything, or if I actually scroll down for the last one, here it is, the last one. Here you can see the response was the newly updated user with the exclamation sign. Everything is fine. If I come here in my home page, I can see my exclamation sign here as well because it was updated. And if I want to change my email, I can say instead of Gmail, I will say example, and if I save that, update profile updated, and if I come back in the home page, I can see it is updated. And if I actually log out, and if I want to actually try my previous email, it will not work. If I come here in our request, I can see it is not working, login failed, because now we updated our email. I can say example, and it should now log in. Yes, now it is logged in. So now our edit profile is actually working. It using this, you can actually edit your name, or you can edit your Gmail or mail. So now it is fine. So that's all for now. So here one more thing we will do, a little thing. So here in our project right now, if I come here, we are now logged in, as you can see. So as a logged in user, whenever I want to actually go to my auth page, I can actually go to my auth page, but we shouldn't do that, because whenever you are a logged in user, you shouldn't go to the logged in page, or you shouldn't actually allow you to go to the logged in page because you are already logged in user, right? So I hope that it will make sense, but let's actually do that. So let's prevent our logged in user to go to the auth page. So for that, in our auth page, what I will do here is I will, first of all, I will get my auth from our useauth hook, and we will get the useauth hook, no suggestions. So import it manually. So import useauth from I need to go to my hooks and use auth like that. And after that we also need the navigate, import use navigate. So this will be from our react route.dom. So these two will be required. So now we will check our authentication. So if this auth is true, which means we are already a logged in user, then instead of rendering our authentication page, we will go back to our home page. So let's do it here. So I will say use effect, and inside this use effect we will check our auth. So if auth is true, then in this case navigate to the, so we will need we need to use the navigate. So navigate from use navigate, and here that's what we will use, a small n navigate, and that's all. And once we do that, and here also we need to add dependency array. So auth will be our dependency, and also navigate. So that's all. Now it should be fine. And also make sure that you are not having any kind of extra import. So use navigate from our react router.dom, and using that we can actually go to our home page. So that's what it takes, only the destination. And after that you can also do some options, but it is not necessary in this case. So come back here in our application, and now as a logged in user, if I actually try to go to our auth page, it will redirect us back to the home page because we are now a logged in user. And if I logged out, we can visit our auth page, and right now we are not logged in, and that's why we cannot go to our home page. So that's all. And also we cannot go to our edit profile page. Yes, so that's all. And I think this is a quick fix, and that is good to have. So here is another quick fix. So here in our task item.jsx, where we are actually showing our individual task item. So here after our completed status, we can actually show the creation time. So for that, let's get another table data here, and inside that we can show the task dot created at. So this is the created at property that we can use, and this is the time when we actually created this task. And if I come here in our front end, I should see, if I refresh, I should see this time, you can see. So we need to format this time. So to format that, we will use moment.js. So first of all, let's import moment here. So import moment from moment. So once we have our moment.js imported, then we can come here and we need to use that. So we will say moment, and inside this function we need to pass this task.created at. So paste it here, and after that we need to format that, and to format it I will say dot format, and here we will pass the format that we wanna have. So I will say something like this. And if I save that, now if I come here in our website, I can see the format is here. So we have now a good format, and we can understand what is the time and what is the created time here. So that's it, and that's a quick fix. I hope this will help. So that's it guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And before I go, I want to mention that if you like the video and if you want to support me, then you can buy me a cup of coffee, and I would highly appreciate it, and the link will be in the description. So that's it, I will see you very soon in the next video. Till then, take care, bye bye, and Khuda Hafiz.